Need to go buy a lock. If I get some locks and some ammo, probably be good. Fairly sure he logged off in the basement. When I heard somebody cutting a puppet, and then it stopped, so he was underneath me. If we have to sell the AK, then we have to sell the AK, and then go ahead and buy a advanced lock if possible. Try to lock my chests up.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed.
Couple thousand.
That thing registered.
Oh,
Kidding.
that was him right there.
Nobody cared. Goodbye.
Almost positive. $5,000, so we should have enough for the lock.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have. Farewell.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed.
would try and transfer this to a different cell block. That's the question. It's easy to steal it from the cell. They stole the night vision that was here. And it looks like they stole one of our archery things. Looks like they took a couple things from here, but I don't know what this would have been. potentially move this outside, but maybe we can move it to the other side of the prison block. Let's just sell off the good stuff that we have here and then just lock it up. I think he might have taken one of the military quivers. That's probably what happened. Let's equip this. We can sell this at the trader. Let's go ahead and sell the bayonet. Don't know about the chainsaw. We could sell the drill. We could kill a puppet and make a repair kit real quick. Probably be the best thing to do. Stick these down here. Bit of toolbox. Try to take a secondary toolbox. Do that. Go ahead and take these tights with us. Take these mags. It's like the bulk of the stuff that's gonna sell, I think. Hollow sight could sell for a little bit. I think we got the bulk of it. We'll buy some different locks, put on there, and then we can start building our stuff again. There's generally, we don't really need the gas can here. Generally, there's enough gas in this place to fill up a chainsaw pretty easily, so. Sell the gas mask and everything. And go to the castle, store that stuff up the castle. I guess we could technically build an airport right there. Land a plane right there on the side. The mechs could guard half of it. I need to go watch Lufias's video over shotgun damage. He has pretty decent stuff for different information on the game, stuff that I can't really test with without a partner anyway. I think he has his kid or something help him. Or somebody off of his Discord. I think that's the two things. Be a couple thousand here. We might be able to buy another advanced lock. That's what the server pop is. 24, not bad.
No loitering. Either buy or get lost. If you want me to buy that, prices are not negotiable. Yeah, yes. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have. Here's what I've got.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares. Guns come unloaded. Security reasons. Obviously.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have. Here's what I've got. Make sure to stop by again.
That's exactly what happened to the other guy. What's the matter, pup? I know that dude. He was down in here somewhere. He had to heal. And he would have been back here. 'Cause it looks like he came into these rooms. So if this was the last place he went, because this right here is open this direction. Yeah, so he went through here, then he went downstairs, then wrapped around. I get a C3 again. Alright, so I think what we're going to try and do is town, castle, dam, castle, dam, bunker, prison. I think we need castle, prison, trader, dam, castle, trader. Honestly, I have no idea how to make this route work very well. Mainly just need to start using melee weapons and killing everything with that, so I think that's going to be the #1 goal right now. Make a couple spears, maybe. Alright, let's go to the castle, see if we can find a sword real quick. We need to refresh our chests down here anyway. If they didn't despawn already. Right there. line, I'll get a pole. We'll go fishing in a crawfish hole. 5 o'clock booger on Saturday night. Here's the thing, those wolves are selling for like 900 bucks. And there's like 3 of them here. It's good money. Hundred out of 100 used toolbox. Got an infection. That's not good. It seems we're getting more and more infections these days. brake oil. Hey Google, what's a kleptomaniac? infection's gonna get me at some point. I'm gonna look and see how much antibiotics are at the trader. Probably keep the shotgun and these shells. Drop them off at the prison box.
I think he's immortal.
That thing registered.
It's a little scary.
Kidding. Nobody cares.
Probably is.
Don't mind me, I'm just bored out of my freaking mind.
That's fine. There's just too many trolls in this trading post, so I can't really trust anyone in here at all.
Goodbye.
Huh? Oh, you're one of those. Dude, I'm just having fun. I'll get out of here. You do what you need to.
No, I'm fine.
But honestly, like, yeah, you scream pessimist. I don't know if I can trust you.
Say
I'm
a
just
what?
gonna go this way.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around. Let's see what you have.
And look who it is.
Here's what I've got. Let's see what you have. Goodbye. Welcome, welcome. Here's what I've got. Let's see what you have. Make sure to stop by again.
Come in. I'll have a look. I'll be here when you need me. I'm sure I'll see you again.
Yep. Welcome back.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you I'm well armed.
Is that your base right outside the trader?
Huge groups
Across
of
the bridge.
people, trader. Say across a bridge.
What's up?
New clientele. Step right up. My doors are always open. Come back again.
Welcome, stranger. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares. If I don't see you again.
Guess our survival skill increased or something. It was fixed before Splash, but today it isn't working for some reason. I think it changes, so it's not too bad to fix it though, so it won't be too bad. But I was deciding whether to like passive level my strength or my melee. There's 3 or 4 guys that are in the trader down here, so that group is here. They're trying to figure out where my base is, and they're asking if it was the one outside of the trader. But I was gonna take a short break and play with my puppy for a little bit. Yeah, I wonder why too, man. My combat stats aren't leveled enough yet to deal with them, so there's 3 or 4 of them right now. If I leave the trader and they're setting out there, I'm just gonna die. But I need to get my demolition and my rifle skill up, and then trap and mine the outside of that trading post as best I can. I'm gonna put spike strips underneath the water on the east side land bridge, and then I'm gonna put mines and spike straps and stuff around the front side. And I might leave the land bridge open to the castle, or I could put spike traps on it and try to leave like a blueprint to tell you where they're at. But if you can even place them underwater. But the trolls around the trading post have gotten too bad. Those guys are just sitting in there, waiting. No, I mean, I can bait them, sure, but they're already hunting people down anyway, so all you'd really have to do is walk out there and wait for them to come after you. But really, it's just to keep them from setting outside there. I want them to have to at least worry that something can happen if they set outside that trading post. Because right now they're getting in vehicles and they'll drive people down and fight them, or they will sit outside there. They also camp the bunker. It seems one of them probably is hitting the prison now. So they definitely know, or at least somebody knows where my boxes are. I locked them up, but I'm not really worried about anything that's in those boxes anyway. But the main thing is just they're trolling people too much in the trader. They're stealing people's backpacks. They're messing with everybody's vehicles that drive in the trading post. Just trolling everybody inside. And so they gotta learn a lesson at some point, and it's gonna be me layering the shit out of that whole base, the whole front area. They're gonna have so many traps. They're not gonna even want to go there. Yep. 1 second. I'm just trying to level my stats right now for the most part. I was gonna run to the dam and run to the prison and castle, generate some money, but I don't really need money at the moment. I don't really need vehicles. I just need my combat stats for the most part, but since it was still Monday, I was gonna relax and play with the pup a little bit probably tonight, and I need to go check on the boat, and then we can take the boat down. If Vince and them get on, we can take the boat down to the naval base and stuff and hit up all that. So, I mean, that would be good. But we need to get some guns and things to kind of defend the base and stuff with. But for me, I can't use the automatic rifles and stuff yet because my skill isn't high enough. So I still got to level that a little bit. And we still got the castle base and everything else to worry about. So I was gonna finish building that base next to the prison because it needs a wall on the backside, and then I could get some money and buy a lock. Message you on Discord or? Yeah. All right. I'll send you something if they get on. I don't know if they'll be on tonight or not. So. It doesn't appear that the macro is working anymore. And then when I click it, it's not turning on. And then it's just staying like it's just pushing escape. It's only working on the small trees. Is basically what's going on. But the timing isn't working on the small tree. My issue is that my keyboard is breaking. So the buttons isn't registering so much. Yeah, I mean it won't take me too long. I bought 2 locks for the prison. So I stuck the see those guys? They're still here. They're just sitting in the trading post waiting for me to leave. See, so right there, it's supposed to start cutting the tree again, and it's not. And my guy can't do this passively. I have to come back every hour or so. Oh, looks like it's working now. I have to come back every hour or so and feed them and stuff. These guys in the trading post, if I'm cutting wood, they hear it, and then they'll come and they'll cut down the trees and stuff that I'm cutting. and if I accidentally drop something on the ground, they'll swipe it up, and then if I'm just setting around, they set there and they wait. So if you're in the trading post, they wait for you to leave. If they run across you in the open, they just wait around where you are. And there's like 4 or 5 of them most of the time, so you can't fight them. There's too many. And there's a couple of clans that are doing it up here. Scum Z was one of them, but I don't think his base is here. I think he's driving up from the south part of the island. He's going by the B3 Castle Road. Yeah. See, they're right there. They're running on the side of the screen. So they're going to be going off now. They'll either set on the other side of the bridge or they'll go loot something. I think they're going to the C2 bunker quite a bit. My guess is C2 bunker and prison. That's the only thing within walking distance of here. Maybe the observatory. See, so now, like, I click the macro button to make it deactivate, and it's not deactivating. So unless something changed in my settings, I just don't know. See, but they're running from here. They might have lost their vehicle. And they're going to the bunker here, I'm pretty sure. They might go up to the radio station. But that's the only 2 places I'm figuring they're going. And I figure they're probably the ones that got my bike earlier too, and took the night vision goggles out of my chest. So, but I'm guessing they haven't figured out that there's a base up there at the castle yet. I haven't checked on the castle base today, but I know at least one of them went up there before. So he's just waiting. Those 2 ran across the bridge. The other guy's sitting in here. I doubt it's the gun range. The thing's over here. Maybe. I don't know why they don't like someone with waste bullets doing that though. I don't think that you can. As far as I remember, if you're inside the safe zone, you do no damage, and if you're outside the safe zone, you do no damage to people inside. But if you're on the border, you can go inside and outside of the safe zone and kill people, as far as I know, unless they put a timer on it. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't have a problem with these people really, but it's just some things in games you just gotta have a little bit of self-control over. Trading posts, stuff. It's like if you're in an MMO, like even like Diablo, there was things where like people would fight you. The old Diablo games, you could leave a safe trader area, and there'd be people camping outside and they would kill you. But it wasn't common practice. Usually it was duels or something going on, and if someone sat out there long enough, then some of the bigger, more powerful guys would eventually come and destroy them. So it was pretty good. Yeah, they probably know for the most part. A lot of them didn't though. Like they were going up there. At least they're going to the B3 castle. But there was a guy with a squad of 6 that was here one day, and he, I guess, went up to the castle and picked up swords and stuff at one point, but he never mentioned anything about a base or anything up there. There's a couple of people that found it. The 6 know about it. And there's a guy who tried to break in one point, but it's not that big of a deal. No one's tried to claim the flags in a while, but I haven't got to check the flags this week. That's why I was hoping Vince or somebody. I probably checked them once or something this week, but I haven't went on there. When I work, I really don't feel like getting on and running across the map and checking them most of the days, so. .4 strength. Where'd you lose all your stuff at? The one down the hill. Yeah. I know people go there. I had like a couple of advanced locks on one of those garages there. Someone picked them at some point. So there's people that go down there for sure. I don't know where their base is, because there's a couple of bases all throughout the snow here, like small bases. I haven't checked anywhere over here, but I mean, I guess it's possible. And then there's Ada's old base up here at the C1, maybe. If someone took that over, I mean, that would be the closest that I know of. But yeah, if I go and I level up my melee skill some more, I mean, I could max it out in a day. He's gonna come cut this tree down, I can already tell. He's gonna fuck with it. He'll come fuck with it. But see, these guys, they're just setting here. They're fully geared. They're setting here. He's gonna go make an axe or something. He'll be back. Well, a lot of the people are starting to come up to the snow area. Nobody likes the snow, and so no one was in here last wipe. But now everybody's down there on the west coast and stuff, fighting over naval and everything, so there's players that are moving up into the snow biome now. It's still not super common, but these guys are just sitting around the trader. They're using the trader to stay alive. If we built a base off in the corner of the map, nobody would go there. Like default map car spawns, they spawn all over the map. There's a lot of cars down there though. I already need to urinate again. That's crazy. Yeah, there's hundreds of car spawns all over the map, and I think only like 60 or something can be on the map at once, and then they don't respawn until they're like destroyed. So probably the first couple weeks when there was like 60 something players on the server, everyone was just hoarding all the vehicles. Is what I assume. What are you doing? You do something bad? You look like you did something bad. But yeah. Come here, pup. Oh, come here, little booger. Yeah. I don't even remember exactly what I was saying with this stuff before. So if it's 6 hours for a day, that means if I do this for 6 hours, I'll be close to 4 strength. So basically, it'll take me about 24 hours or so probably to get around 5 strength, and it'll take me, you know, probably a bit of a day to finish maxing out my melee skill. And then demo I can do in a couple hours, and rifles I'm gonna have to do events or something for, or start using the shotgun a lot more. If I start shooting my gun more often, these guys are gonna find me and kill me, but I can level that skill up pretty quickly. I'll put. Pretty much after I get my strength to 5 and my melee skill and stuff to advanced, I'm gonna start swapping to crowbars and opening up lockers and stuff. Skills. Not really. It's not like Escape from Tarkov where they decrease if you don't play, but it's I believe their skill system is connected to your attributes. Somebody just shot or blew up. You hear that? I think they went to the prison. They're probably the guys who found my boxes earlier. But it's like tied to the attributes. So like, if you have max advanced running and advanced endurance or whatever, and you have 5 constitution, and you stop running and you drive around everywhere, then your constitution will start decreasing, and if it goes like past 3, then you'll lose your stats. Like, you won't be able to go max speed. As far as I know, that's how it works, or at least, you know, the combat stats and stuff. So if I have advanced melee and I let my character drop off and not have any see, they're still here. He get an axe? Is that what he did? But yeah, so if it goes below 3, then you won't be able to use your skills anymore. He got an axe. That's exactly what he did. I know, he got a hatchet. But see, they have no light. Like, look at that. All they're doing, they're sitting on the other side of the bridge. They're just sitting. That's all people do, though, man. And that's really the only thing that gets me into PvP in games, for the most part. It's like, I don't really play competitively anymore. I can play competitive shooters, but I'd have to start up Aim Lab again and start practicing again. So I can play competitively, but for like games like this and stuff, I don't really want to. For survival games, for the most part, if there's a big alpha tribe like the 6, or people trolling really hard, that's the only time I really get into the PvP. But I'm trying not to waste my whole life just grinding stuff and everything in game, because I usually do that. I'm trying not to go that hard into it, but they're it's not too bad. Like, I was on and I was helping people fight the 6 when they first were taking over the server, because I thought they were a big threat. They say they have like 30 people, but they were just getting their ass beat at every base they were trying to raid. And so I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Now we're kind of friends with them, so it's just they get on the server and they raid. That's what they do. They're not very good PvPers or anything. They have a lot of people, and they'll raid your base for 12 hours until it finally gives in. But they're not like going out of their way to troll you or anything. They're just raiding. That's what they do. And I don't think that's necessarily terrible. I mean, it sucks that you lose your shit, but if you don't lose your shit sometimes, you don't have anything to do. I've learned that in survival games quite a bit. There used to be a guy, when I played Miscreated, there was a guy, we had a really good squad. I ran into him on accident, but the leader of their squad was the biggest dick I've ever seen in a game. And he treated everyone like trash. He had everyone do everything for him. Like, he was trying to gather all the items in the game and stick it in a kiosk. And he forced everyone to, like, give them their stuff so he could put it in the kiosk. He was supposed to have one of each item, but he would have thousands of each item. And he'd stick them in the kiosk where no one could get them. And he would make you sit there and watch and look at thousands upon thousands of pages of shit that he'd put in a kiosk. Not really that I know of. You basically just have to kind of kill them and find their BCU, and then remember their names. But the big deal with that guy on Miscreated was every time I tried to build a base, he would try to take it over because he didn't think I was able to build a base on my own that was strong or not able to be raided. But really, he just wanted to maintain power. So he couldn't allow anyone to do anything on their own because it made him not the leader anymore. And then anytime that you try to store any loot, so say you went to a bunker or something in this game, and you found like a couple of assault rifles or something, if you put them in a storage box and you like left the game, he would find your storage box and he would throw everything in the ocean. So every day when you came on, everything would be completely empty because he didn't want anyone to raid the base and steal your stuff. Yeah. The guy was the biggest pain in the ass. He was Filipino. He was a cross-dresser and he was in the military. And so like in the Discord chats and stuff, he would like send pictures of himself in like maid outfits. It's like his slong hanging out and stuff. And the dude that was like his best friend in game, they'd been playing games like forever, and he was like the biggest simp for this man. And his friend was really fucking good. He was a good shooter. He was like Shroud level shooter status, but he wasn't very smart. So he could shoot and play games really good, but he just was not the brightest cookie in the world. And so the boss guy just walked all over him 24/7. And then there was like another guy who was an accountant or something. I don't remember what his job was, but he was like kind of a nerdy guy. And he would be on like 24/7. That guy was kind of cool though. And he had like a funny laugh and stuff. So I like that dude. But what happened was eventually like that guy kept treating me like bad every day. And it was like physically like affecting me in my day-to-day life. And I'd never like popped a blood vessel in a video game before. I've never been tilted in a game before, and that was the first time that I flipped my shit, and like I just completely went off on those people. And his buddies ended up standing up to him too, and basically got rid of him. Okay, and then after that we were fine, but we noticed there wasn't as much to do. because we didn't have a reason to go loot or anything, because the whole point of playing the game was because we were constantly trying to replace the loot that he was throwing away and stealing from us. So eventually they ended up becoming a squad again, but it was a lot more balanced because that dude had been put in his place. So he wasn't like trying to be an asshole and control everyone anymore. He was much more friendly and willing to, you know, compromise on stuff, which I think is a whole lot better. So it's worth it in the end, but guy's still an asshole. Catch 22, yeah. I'm pretty sure he just had like the e-girl kind of ego going on. But I'm telling you, I got so tired of like seeing pictures of his balls in Discord. I'll tell you that right now. Every day. Fucking. I don't even know how, like, he said like, he's in the military too, so like, I guess the Philippine military is a lot different than the U.S. military, because I don't think that would have floated in the U.S. military. I don't think they would necessarily care, but like, I just don't think it would have been a very common thing. But yeah, I actually got my water heater hooked up today though, so hot water, first time right before winter. It's gonna be great. Even though cold showers are good for you, it's just gonna make cold shower taking like a lot harder, because I know there's gonna be hot water like just a few inches away. But I really needed some hot water, man. It's been hell trying to like wash dishes in this house. But overdo a cold shower? Cold showers are healthy, man. I want an ice bath at some point. I wish, because originally, like, I was gonna put a bathtub in there originally, but like my parents were helping me build this place originally, and when we talked about getting a bathtub, I was like, well, I can just put a shower curtain over it and then use it as a shower too. And they were like, no, you can't do that. And I was like, we literally did that at the farmhouse. We had a shower and it was a bathtub, and we had like waterproof stuff on the wall and a door on it. And they were like, no, that's not what we were doing in there. And I was like, well, I'll just get a shower. And then I was going to build everything and make it level. Everything I tried to do to make the floor level, they kept telling me I couldn't do. And then they said it had to be done a certain way. So they gave me a shower and helped me stick it in. And then, lo and behold, the floor's still unlevel. And so the shower doesn't drain properly. And then at the end, they're like, oh yeah, we had no idea what we were doing. I was like, well, I had a plan the whole time. Because I plan everything out in the house, and then my parents just take it over. Like, I've had no free will most of my life. It's either been my parents telling me exactly what to do or not to do, because I wasn't allowed to go outside. I wasn't allowed to talk to people, like, most of my life. And then coaches, so sports, they just told me what to do and stuff. And then college was basically the same thing. And then, like, the last couple of years of college is when I finally started to try and talk and like get out more. Then I had a heartbreak. Then I came back home and got re-sucked into everything to where everything was getting controlled but for again. And I went to my first job out here and ended up getting to a lot of work drama because some chick was talking to me, and then she ended up being married, and then she ended up being promoted over my boss, and then she ended up basically making everyone think I was an animal. And I was trying to be as reasonable as possible with this chick, alright? But that's just not how it works, alright? Don't talk to females. Don't do it. Workplace. I mean, there's really no win. You don't talk to them, they're going to get pissed and they're still going to say shit about you, and then it's still going to get out of hand. If you do talk to them, then they probably won't say nothing for a while. Until you end up making them mad. The main thing is just starting to make them mad. Alright? Everything was fine with her until I broke things off because I wasn't over my ex yet, and I told her I couldn't do it, and then I broke things off, and then rumors just spread around work like wildfire, and it just kept getting worse and worse. And she kept denying shit. It was crazy. Oh. Well, yeah. I'm better at talking now for the most part. It's just takes me a little bit to come up with good answers. But my dad, he still comes over here, and if I have like a project, like he'll take it over and then act like it's the only way to do it, because he always acts like he's dying. He's like 60 something now, but he's not like falling apart or anything. He's just not in the best shape anymore. And he basically, I guess he's trying to make memories with me like him and his dad used to do, but he's taking over the stuff I'm trying to do. Like, so the shower handle, I had a big plan where I was gonna basically build a towel rack and put the shower handle on it, and he said that I couldn't do that. There's only one way to put the stuff on there because it would end up breaking or whatever behind the shower. And I was like, I'm not gonna like punch the shower or something. I don't need like a really thick piece of like board to do that. And so he had to do it himself. So he ended up taking 2x4s, screwing a bunch of them together. All right. Not like pre-cutting a hole for the thing and then screwing them together. He screwed a bunch of 2x4s together and then took a saw and cut a big ass groove through the middle of them, which took over 2 days to get this done. All right. So because he doesn't come out with a plan, like he never plans anything out, so he likes to just go out there and wants to get everything done instantaneously, and then he gets mad because nothing works out the first time around. That's what happens when you don't plan stuff. And then it is a huge thing, a lot of anger. But he cut a giant hole in these 2x4s and then put the 2x4s up in there and the handle, and then he took a piece of cement siding from outside the house and ripped a piece off of it and then bolted that onto the front of it. And it doesn't look terrible, but it's nothing like I was trying to do. I was trying to just take some thin wood, build a square frame, and then I was going to put shelves in it. And then I was basically going to put a flat piece of wood on the front with a handle where I could rotate it back and forth. And then I could store all my towels right next to the shower without having to like get out of the shower and walk across, you know. But it's kind of like when they gave me that shower and they made me put that one in there originally, because the floor was unlevel, and they said that I couldn't put floor leveler on the floor. They said I couldn't replace the floor because it'd be too expensive. They said I did try to jack the floor up. They were fine with that. But it didn't work because how the house is built. And my original plan was I was going to build a custom shower there. I was going to take tile and then put everything down and tile the wall and stuff, so it wouldn't matter what the shower, you know, looked like. I would just build everything from the scratch and make it work. And then they said I couldn't do that, so then I was going to build a 2x4 frame to put underneath the shower itself so that it would be flat, without having to level the floor. And then he told me that you had to have it on the floor, I'm guessing because it needed support. But it's like, yeah. But see, so even if you did a 2x4 frame and it needs support underneath it, I could put more 2x4s underneath there and support the shower with that, or I could just go get a bunch of sand or something and put it inside the frame and then set the shower on top of the sand. As long as you don't have a hole in the floor, sand ain't gonna go anywhere. But you could probably do sand, and then like you could probably even put a I'm sure they have some sort of waterproofing thing that you can spray on top of stuff. Waterproof the sand a little bit. Hey, do you watch The Rings of Power? Did you watch the final episode? Yeah, it's probably best not to, but it's Lord of the Rings. Amazon bought it, Lord of the Rings, and they made their own series. It's supposed to be the prequel to the Lord of the Rings. It's not the best though. Definitely not the best. I mean, all the people, the way they talk on there sounds weird as hell. Some of the lore doesn't make any sense. They kind of just like mosh posh stuff together. They made Sauron like try to get with Galadriel. So they're gonna make, I guess, dark elf babies together. Which makes no real sense to me. I mean, I never would have expected in my life. First off, I never expected them to make Sauron look like just a dude in Lord of the, like, he's just a dude. And he was literally, so I don't know if you know about Lord of the Rings. Sauron's like the Dark Lord taking over the world, forces of darkness fighting all humanity and stuff. Yeah. So in the Rings of Power, he's just a guy, and Galadriel's chasing his ass for however, like thousands of years or something. And then the Elf King is like, he's done, he's dead, no one's found him, you're wasting our time, you're getting shipped back home. Yeah. He made all the rings and stuff. So the elves are going to ship her back home, and then they have this female empowerment thing, and every 2 seconds this chick like, it seems like she's having like a mental breakdown. So she's about to go home to Valhalla or whatever, and you got to touch the light to get in, and she's over here like bug-eyed, just like looking off into the camera distance and having flashbacks of her brother. And it's like, you already know that you're not going in there. Alright, and then she has to like look down at a dagger that's on the ground, and then she jumps off a boat into the middle of the ocean, alright, thousands of miles away from land, and she's gonna swim all the way back to Middle Earth. And then she happens across a raft full of people, which got destroyed, I guess. I don't know what happened there. And Sauron is there. He's just a dude who's gonna die at sea. And it's just like, yeah, but he's just a dude. And then he completely, unless they turn the tide around in the next season and they like somehow shift, because I see both ways here. Most of the people are saying that it's really convenient that he was there, and throughout the series, he is basically given up on trying to be an evil Dark Lord. He's trying to like settle down and, you know, repent and become a blacksmith in these like villages. And Galadriel's like, no, you're meant for greatness. You got to go out there and fight orcs and do all this shit. And he's just like, no, I'm gonna stay here. You go. And she's like, no, you're coming with me. We met. It's destiny, and blah blah blah. And then eventually he like starts turning. He turns back into the Dark Lord because she denies him because he wants to marry her or some shit. And it's just like, the only way I can make it make any sense in my head is if you make it to where it's not about Sauron necessarily. Not just one woman, about a bunch of women. So you got Galadriel is the main for the elves, pretty much. There's some human chick who's like the main thing in the Southlands, and then there is a half-foot, which is basically like a hobbit. That's a chick. That's the main thing there. And then there's like it's basically like the dudes are like side pieces to all the storylines there, and then the dwarfs are a side piece. They make the elves sound Roman and stuff, and like they're manipulating dwarfs, which is kind of weird. I like how they added a lot of like black versions of dwarfs and humans and elves and stuff to the game. Like not a whole lot, but there's a couple in there. And I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. It's a little weird to me because it's like, where the hell did they all go when the actual Lord of the Rings movie came? It's like all of them are dead or something. But it's funny because like one of the first 2 episodes, the black elf guy, he's like, people call him Discount Legolas because he's basically Legolas, but something was going on. He was like doing a patrol or something, and there was an Asian elf. All right, there's one Asian elf guy, and he was there for like 5 seconds of one episode, and he's never been seen again. All right, so there's Asian elves. No idea where they're at. I have never seen anyone since that guy though. So I don't know if they're trying to be inclusive, but it's almost insulting to be like, hey, there's Asian elves, by the way, we're never going to put them in the movie again. It's just like, okay. There's a lot going on in that series. But basically, the only way I can make this make sense in my head is, let's say Sauron was defeated. He was trying to make the rings and study everything that he needed. This guy is gonna come cut my tree. So he was like defeated, and he was trying to like do some forge stuff and magic, right? Here he goes. Yeah, pretty much. But like, the main things is, so hold up, those guys are, come on. Alright, so basically, this is the only way I can make sense of it. And no one else has talked about this for any of the reviews and stuff on the Rings of Power, because everyone's completely upset with it, right? But, here's how I can make sense of it. Sauron was defeated. He was trying to, I think this is the storyline they were trying to kind of go with, too, at the beginning. He was trying to do some blacksmith stuff and create his Rings of Power, but he couldn't So he failed, and then he needed some more knowledge. So he was going to try and gather knowledge about more blacksmithing stuff, and he couldn't. And he couldn't. He couldn't get access to any of the big blacksmiths because the elves had a big blacksmith area, and the Numenorians had like a really good blacksmithing thing. But he was Sauron, so he couldn't just walk up to them and get access. So I'm thinking he was on the boat, and this is how I think they could kind of fix this. He was on a boat trying to go to Numenor, and then they got attacked by the sea monster. And if Numenor is anywhere close to the place that the elf chick was at, that means they could have met. Okay, so he wasn't able to get to Numenor. They met, and then they get picked up by a Numenor boat and go to Numenor. And then he wants to stay there and not go back to Middle Earth because he's trying to become part of the Blacksmith Guild.
Following me.
Okay?
Weirdo.
Now, she convinces him to go back to Middle Earth and fight the orcs, because the orcs are basically his enemies because they try to fight him and kill him originally. And then he gets injured and gets brought to the Elven blacksmith area, and he meets Celebrimbor, and then they become buddies and develop what they need to make the rings. And at that point, he turns evil, not because Galadriel is saying no, but because he has everything that he needs to make the Rings of Power work out now. And I think that would make more sense, and maybe he's trying to just play mental mind games with Galadriel, or maybe he's like, this whole time since he's been in close proximity to her, maybe he's been like slowly infusing more and more evil into her. To try and get her to like change sides because she was the one that like led the armies against them in the past. Maybe that's kind of a way they might be able to fix it, but I don't really think that even really works out enough, to be honest. But yeah, because basically he said that I would bind you to power and you would bind me to light, pretty much. But I think he was just going to try and turn her to the dark side, pretty much. Going to be turned into a Sith. But the writing and stuff is just so bad in the series that it's just... And I don't think they tried hard enough to make it work out that... I don't know. I just don't think it's going to... It doesn't seem like they're trying hard enough to make anything really that great. Ooh, sorry, pup. They also got like Balrogs and stuff in there. Gandalf is there, even though he's not supposed to be there for like another age or something. You just bite my chair. So they're sticking Gandalf there because he's just like a fan favorite wizard, apparently. I guess, or they're adding more lore to him. I don't know. Instead of just using a different wizard. And just, like a lot of series and like games and stuff, because like the same thing with the Guild Wars 2 game. It wasn't a very good game, and I think because they tried to add like 5 races that you could play as, so you had 5 starting zones, and then so you have 5 starting zones, 5 intermediate zones, and it completely continues out. So you waste a lot of storyline that you could have had with just one player starter area, and then the rest of the map could have been like content. And I think that's what happened in the Lord of the Rings stuff, where they have 5 different story arcs and they're trying to do all of them all at once. And so when you have like a 30-minute episode, and so you get like 6 minutes like apart or whatever, and then you gotta like close all that off, I don't think it works very well. Because you don't gotta have all these characters put in all at once. Like, maybe you show the original fight, Galadriel chasing Sauron, Galadriel runs across the hobbits and stuff at some point, or learns about stuff going on in the Southlands. Because like the Lord of the Rings, they had the main characters like Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli and all that, but the bulk of like it was really only really showing like one main thing at a time. Like Frodo and the ring, they're traveling, that was like the main thing going on, and then it would kind of piece together where like some other guys were slowly getting close to him, so they would show some of that. This guy's gonna come cut down another tree. This dude. This guy has nothing better to do but to try and troll me. I think they're partially upset because they can't get me to leave the trader to try and kill me, but then if they, like, he could cut all these logs if he wants to, but he's gonna waste his saw. See, so they're running across the bridge with multiple bags and stuff. These guys are leaving for like 2 minutes, and they're coming straight back. That or they're just sitting there. So it's literally like these two places are like the only places they could be going. You see this fish in the water? It's like glowing. I have no idea what that is about. I was looking at it though, and like it I don't know. I had flashbacks of like Pokemon, like Magikarp or something. That's what they need. They need a Pokemon survival game. I might play that. Not necessarily. Oh no, because it would end up basically being Arc. There's a mod for Arc for Pokemon too. But it's like having to fight Zapdos or something. You pull out like a 22 and you just like start tapping it. Turn-based Pokemon survival game. You could do that. Oh. Maybe just go back to the prison and shoot one of these guys in the face if they're there. That's something that I was kind of upset about with Pokemon Go. I didn't really play it that much, and I lost my account info, but I had a couple legendaries. But one was in Pokemon Go, you can't level up your Pokemon just by doing combat or something. You have to catch more Pokemon, and you got to turn them into candies, and you got to feed them to your other Pokemon, make them cannibals, and then upgrade them. Made me mad. I wanted the Pikachu experience. I wanted to have my level 1 Pikachu and then level it up to max level. Okay? That's what I wanted to do in Pokemon Go. But that wasn't a game feature. You can't do that. I mean, it'd be way too easy. And then combat is just like you're going and you're tapping your screen really quick and you like swipe or something to make them dodge and you keep doing that. Whatever happened, like the turn-based thing would have been perfectly fine for Pokemon, man. Turn-based multiplayer battles. But they had to make it to where like you could battle people that weren't online. Because oh no. But you know how you solve that issue, okay? They want a system to where you can battle people online when they're not there. So you can't do the turn-based system. It has to just be like a tapathon. What you do is you let people have programmable AI. So you can choose like this is my Pokemon. If he fights this type, this is the skill order and stuff that he uses. If he gets below this much HP, he uses these more often. And you set up like ratios or something. And that at least lets it set up to where you can actually have a character do some stuff. I don't know, man. I think we just finished leveling the melee skill. I could just go and hit some more puppets, but I think I want to go and just attack them with this sword. Actual strategy indeed. I don't even think they have like a Pokemon card game online for people to play. It's kind of like that was like the biggest thing that I wanted to was a card game for Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff when I was younger. Like I found one, I think it was like Yu-Gi-Oh DX or something. And that game was really good. But it was just fighting different AI with the cards that you could find. But they had like the 3D animated monsters on there, and they had like special attacks and stuff. They don't do that on every other. Like there was one, I don't remember what it was called. There was a game that was being developed like a long time ago for Yu-Gi-Oh, where it had the 3D monsters pop up above the cards, but they were only programming like the original cards, and they were trying to expand on it later. And it was going to become an esport event, so it'd basically be like the Yu-Gi-Oh movie, where the people would be up there and they put their card down and it reads it and makes a 3D thing above it with the attacks and stuff. I don't know if that ever took off though. I never really played much Yu-Gi-Oh though, but when they came out with that 50-year anniversary thing or whatever not too long ago with the Dark Magician cards, I built a deck, but I think my deck like fell and got all mixed up, so it's not right anymore. But I watched so many videos over ratios and stuff, and I made the ultimate Dark Magician deck. I forget exactly how it worked. Everyone else, they were doing Dark Magician decks. They were building these decks where basically you would summon Dark Magician, and you would do like a board wipe or something, and you would attack. I don't remember. You would summon like 3 or 4 Dark Magicians like turn 1, and like win the game or whatever. And it was like a really strong deck. And I built my own version because nobody used Dark Magician Girl, and it pissed me off. So because they all said Dark Magician Girl was a waste, and so I made a deck where I could summon consistently Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl turn 1 and board wipe the whole board, where you would lose all of your trap cards and stuff and all your monsters. And I could do that every turn consistently, and there was no way you could win. There was zero chance. If you somehow interrupted that, I would just do it again. I had like multiple ways to bring Dark Magician back, and a bunch of them in the deck, and Dark Magician Girl, and to renew the board wipes. So there was no way, but nobody used those board wipes for some reason. Really powerful spells. Nobody wanted to use them. That make no sense. Then I got into Magic. My uncle got me into Magic. I spent way too much money on Magic trying to make a commander that I liked work. I don't know if you know anything about Magic though, but King Darien, or Darien King of Keldor, every deck online for him, they either do pain land stuff where you have to damage yourself, and when you do that, you make tokens, and then you can do whatever. And there's like one deck where you can do like a bunch of different combos with them. There's like a bunch of infinite combos you can do with it. But that one was too slow. You couldn't do that because you could never get the pieces to make the infinite combos because white has no card draw. And then everyone else was doing the pain land stuff, but then people just killed Darien, and you have no choice but to kill yourself. And then if you did Darien, the soldier build that everyone else did, it was just putting a bunch of soldiers on the field and putting Darien down and fighting with them. And I made the only Darien build. I swear to God this thing works, and nobody uses it. And then every other build requires you to have like $400, $600 mana crypts and mana rocks and stuff. But you don't use mana rocks with Darien. Literally, like, if you go look up any Magic build over Darien, and they're gonna have mana crypt, mana vaults, whatever that tower and stuff is, all the pain lands. That's not what you do with it, all right? The best way to play Darien. Darien was the original land commander, and I don't care what anyone says. He is a land commander, and nobody plays him like that. I made a build for it. I don't remember if I actually finished it in real life, but I had it on PC on a deal, and it works really good. But it uses the one mechanic that nobody uses in white because everyone hates it, and that's board wiping lands. White has terrible mana ramp. It has terrible card draw and all that, and nobody lets you use board wipes for lands with white and Magic, because it's like trolling their game. They don't like it because it throws everything out of whack. All right, but all these decks, especially the new decks, people throw all their lands. They be putting like 4 or 5 lands down every turn. Mana rocks, mana crypts, mana vaults, all the time, all over the field. Okay, one land wipe and all of that goes to shit, and they don't have any mana left in their deck, and they can't do anything. And I wasn't even being evil about this. Okay, basically, the big weakness with Darien is that people can kill him. So once you summon him, they'll kill him, and then you can't do anything because you don't have Darien on the field. And the only way to stop it is to destroy their mana. But I wasn't destroying their mana and making it to where they couldn't play the game. I was destroying their mana and then giving them back like 4 lands over 2 turns or something. I was minimizing their mana to where they could only keep 4 or so on the field. And then I found a way to like search land destruction cards, because they're enchantments and stuff, detonate the board, and then I could recycle it over and over again. I could keep doing it. And all my lands were snow mountains or snow plains or whatever. And I had a couple of cards that I could put down. It was like glacial armor. You put it down, and every turn you would take damage based on how many snowlands you had. And then all my mana ramp, instead of using mana crypt, mana vault, or whatever, where you get like 3 mana, you tap it, you take 3 damage, you make 3 soldiers. I was doing things that like it increased the Gauntlet of Power, increases all of my monsters by like 1/1, and then doubles the amount of mana that I get when I tap a basic land. And so my mana ramp was so much stronger than just mana rock. Like, you put down 1 mana rock, you're getting 3 mana, you're taking 3 damage. Woo, big deal. You have to pay like 3 mana, untap it, and retap it. If you have Glacial, like, Gauntlet of Power, you're tapping like 4 lands, you're getting 8 mana, and then you put the other one down there, you tap 4 lands, you're getting 12. You know, you need 6 to summon Darien. Any case, really freaking strong. Nobody lets you play it. They get really mad. Magic is kind of complicated. It takes, like, I don't even remember all the rules. I can't remember all the rules off the top of my head. But I went into playing Magic thinking about it like Yu-Gi-Oh, and you can't do that. You'll lose every time when you try to play it like Yu-Gi-Oh, because do you know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, Slash? I don't remember how to play Pokemon, so I think Yu-Gi-Oh is going to be the best thing I can. So it kind of is like Pokemon though. I don't know. So basically, so Yu-Gi-Oh, you summon monsters and stuff, and then you use the monsters as like fodder to summon more powerful monsters and things. But you have an attack and you have a defense mode, okay? So you could change the attack and defense mode to change the power level and stuff of your creature. And then if it's in defense mode, you can't attack, but it'll be in defense mode. And if it's in attack mode, you can attack. And in Yu-Gi-Oh, you got to attack the person's creature, and then after the creature's destroyed, then you can attack the person and damage their life points. In Pokemon, you have, I'm not an expert at Pokemon, but you have energy, so you put down energy cards, and then you use the energy cards to power your abilities on your Pokemon when you're fighting. So as the game progresses, you get more and more energy. Magic is the original card game. It has energy, so you have, or mana, so you have to put down these cards that give you mana. The mana has different colors, some of it's colorless, blah blah blah. There's a shit ton of lore, it's really complicated. You use the mana to summon creatures and use spells and stuff, and there's spells that have different speeds that you can cast. So like you can do instant, or just like normal, or whatever. And so like if someone casts a normal spell and you have an instant spell, you can like put it on the stack. And then when you do things in a stack in Magic, it's just if you have a card that is able to be used faster. So say like you're casting a normal spell, so then it's basically like doing like a 100-yard dash. So that spell's a normal spell, you're using it, you're doing a 100-yard dash right now, and then the Flash from the MCU shows up and it's like, I have this spell, and then he casts it at instant speed, it cuts your card off, and it gets played before your card gets played. No, there's abilities that take turns, that take a number of turns to activate, but to get the card on the field, you have to cast it, so it's a spell. So in Magic, you as the player, you're like a magician. You cast spells, and then the spells do combat for you. So your deck of cards is your spells, but you have to put mana on the field to cast them. And you, as a person, are casting the spells each time that you put a card down. And the cards have different speeds, so the spells have different speeds that they can activate. So a normal spell activates normally, but somebody can play like an interrupt spell or a counter and interrupt you from casting the spell, and it'll go to the graveyard, and that it'll be like an instant speed. So their spell comes in faster than you're casting, and it stacks on top of the card. And so you can continue to do this back and forth. So say you're playing a spell, and both of you have like a bunch of interrupt cards or whatever, y'all can just continuously, like, they interrupt your spell, and then you can play a card and interrupt their spell, trying to interrupt your spell, and then they could play a card to try and interrupt your spell, interrupting their spell, interrupting your spell, and then it goes back and forth until someone runs out of mana or something, you know? So, yeah, so it's just however many cards that you have in your hand and how much mana you have to play them and the speed at which they cast, the more cards that you play, they don't even have to interrupt each other. You could play a completely irrelevant card that just does something else. But you stack those on top of each other, and then after they're stacked, the one on top of the stack goes first, and then the original spell goes last. So if you played a spell and they played an interrupt, your spell would be interrupted to go to the graveyard. If you played a spell and they played an interrupt, and then you played an interrupt to stop their interrupt from interrupting you spellcasting, your interrupt would activate first, interrupt their spell, and then your second spell that you originally cast would play because it's no longer being interrupted. So all that makes sense, alright? Magic has the most complicated rules though, because the more you go into the game, the more stuff there is. So, the big difference, I was getting my ass beat when I first played Magic, and then I ended up doing really good later because I abused tap mechanics. Here's the simplest thing I can kind of explain. When you summon a creature, big trolls. Okay. So, if you summon a creature, it gets put onto the field. Now, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can attack or defend, and you change the position of your card. There's some cards that can have special effects, but in general, it works like your card is in attack position, so it's faced normally. You have the option to attack the enemy, okay? And if they have a creature on the field, you don't have to attack their creature. You can choose to attack the creature, or you can choose to attack them. Now, once you declare an attack, they get the chance to say, hey, I'm going to block your creature, or I'm just going to let you hit me. So that's the biggest difference with Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's really confusing. Because after you attack with your card gets tapped. So it turns sideways. Alright? And you can no longer block with that card. So then next turn, they can declare an attack on you, and your monster is going to be tapped, so you can't block with it, and they can hit you. So if both your creatures are doing 1 damage, if she decides to block your creature, there's a potential that she could just destroy your creature or lose her creature. But if she lets you hit her for 1, then she can hit you next turn for free for 1. Okay? And then everything else kind of stacks up on top of that. So then you have vigilance. Place in D1. Alright. She's more of a solo player, I guess, but I don't know if I trust her or not yet, but Oh yeah, but so if your creatures have vigilance and you attack the enemy, they don't tap, and so they can block the next turn. And there's a whole bunch of abilities like that. Then they have creatures with flying. If a creature with flying attacks, you can't block it with a creature that doesn't have flying or doesn't have reach, because it'll fly over the top of your head and attack you. So there's a lot of weird stuff that happens in the game. Yeah, it just keeps getting more and more weird though. Just like any game, pretty much, like the cards just get crazier. So they came out with cards not too long ago in Magic that they had mutation, and I still don't understand it. Basically, you'll have a mutated card that you play, and then when you play another card, you can place it on top of it, and it mutates, and it keeps the original ability and then gets all the additional abilities of the other card. And then I think when it dies or something, it either like regresses or like all the cards go to the graveyard. I don't know. Those cards confuse the hell out of me all the time. And there's Magic has a deal, like a lot of issues with infinite combos. So the hard part about Magic is that there's so many cards. There's thousands and thousands of cards. There's tons of infinite combos that you can do. And so you have to know how the cards work pretty much to figure out how to defend against them to stop that infinite combo. Because people will like infinite combo turn 1 with a competitive deck and win instantly. And the cards are layered in such a way. Yeah, thousands of cards. Magic is the oldest card game. It's like the first one of the card games. But yeah, thousands of cards. And so when they do an infinite combo, you can have the card to interrupt their combo, but you have to know specifically where to interrupt the card chain. Otherwise, it might not do anything. And that's what makes it really freaking hard. But a lot of people who play in for fun, they don't really do competitive decks. They just kind of do like middle road decks. But basically, like so the main colors you have white, red, green, black, blue, and then they have colorless. And so those are the main. There's like 6 main ones, and then you have combinations. So there's decks that are like white and green, or white and red, white and blue, white and black. And all of the different combinations. And then you have decks that are like 3 color, 4 color, 5 color. So you have tons of combinations and cards and different ways to get mana and everything. And the funnest thing to play is Commander. So in a standard card deck, you can have like 60 cards and you can have like 4 copies of each card unless the card specifies otherwise. And in Commander, you only get 1 copy of each card, and you have 100 cards in your deck, and you have 1 card that's your commander, and so you can play your commander at any time. And then every time your commander dies, it goes back to the command zone, and you have to spend like 2 extra mana or something to summon it again. And that's where commander gets really interesting. And then the funnest thing, I don't even like playing one-on-one. The funnest thing that I like with playing commander is either to play just like a big match with like 8 people or something. Well, I would probably say like 4 or 5, because if you play 8 or 10 people, it takes hours just to take one turn because you're trying to keep up with all the fucking cards. But if you the other thing is, it was something called like Kingdom or something. It's kind of a made up game mode in Commander where you'll have, I think, like 5 or 6 people or something, and it's like a mini game of like guess who. So you can't tell anyone who your character is, but you have like a king which is trying to defeat the rogues or something. They have to defeat the rogues and the assassins to win the game. Then you have a knight, which his job is to defend the king. And then you have an assassin whose job is to kill the king. And then you have rogues, I think, whose job is to kill the knight and the king or something. Something like that. But that's probably the funnest of the game modes, because to me it's really interesting. Because like the king will be under attack by like 3 people, and the knight will try to defend him, but like the assassin will sometimes pretend to be the knight and try to get the king or something to kill the knight off. Or you know, it's just like a big trickery thing, which I like. It makes it, and also gives you an ally. Because when you play when you play a commander game, it isn't like when you're going 1 versus 1 in a card game, it's always like super competitive. You're just beating the shit out of each other trying to win. When you go into a commander game and there's like 5 or 6 people or something, it's politics. You don't necessarily have to have the strongest deck. You can do politics and get people to attack each other or help each other. There's like betrayals and stuff. So all that's cool. I mean, they got into one of the cells. Basically, they took, I don't know exactly what they took. They took a couple of things from here. There's like a couple of gaps that were empty. I don't know what was there. And then they took the night vision goggles. I think that was about it. But anyway, I put a lock on this door, so. No, I didn't lock it before. I didn't expect anyone really to find it in the first place, because I didn't expect them just to run in here, but even if it's not the biggest thing, I was mainly just leveling stuff up in here anyway. But guess if we're leveling melee, let's just run around and see if we can find something. I don't think I want to just like stand in one place and hit something with a stick, but we can do that, and I can get this finished in like a day. Probably be better if I did that. It also wasn't a good idea for me to stick it here, because this is the easiest place people can get to. So if they wanted to steal those boxes, they could literally walk out of the walls with it pretty easy over here. If I was going to try and defend this place, I would put landmines and stuff all over there, all over this backside, the easy side to get in. And I would put probably a landmine or something inside that area there, so that would force people to have to enter through the front, which is the hardest place to get in. bury stuff anywhere. No, you can't bury stuff anywhere. Steal your stuff if you drop it. If you drop your stuff on the ground, anybody can take it. If you bury it underground, people can still take it too. They need a shovel. They have to find where you buried it, and then they have to build a shovel, which doesn't take very long, and then dig it up. But the main thing is that when you bury it, it's going to be harder to notice at a distance, or sometimes even close. Mine down the... What? You're saying you can't bury mines in point of interest? That's fine. I didn't realize the cells spawned more stuff than that, but I don't really care so much about burying it. The main thing is that all of the cell blocks, they have one entrance in and out for the most part. Besides these two buildings on this side, that building has one entrance, this building has this back entrance here, and then the one that connects to the other building, and that middle building has that one entrance there, and then the bridge that connects from this building. They can shoot it if they can see it. So like, I could put a landmine or a claymore or something right here, and they're not going to be able to shoot it. They would have to go around. And then so like, there's no way for them to get in right there. They can go in through that door. I didn't know that you could shoot through here, I guess. That's busted. But this building, it's just those two doors that you can enter, so you can put bombs on both of those. That middle area, there's only one hole in the fence that you can run through, and there's crates in the middle. So you can put a claymore in the crates area there, and they're gonna have to run right by it, and they'll blow them up. So basically, there's two holes right there. You have one on the outer fence, or you have outer fence hole, and then you have this fence hole. There's only one way in and out right there. And in that back area, it's the main gate or that side on the left, and then there's one over there on the right. But this side of the prison is the easiest to get in on. West side is kind of difficult. You can get in on the west side, but if you mess up, that robot's on your ass like 24/7. I know the prisons spawn random items on the floor sometimes, but that's the other thing. So if I come on like server wipe, I don't remember if I ever played Ghost Recon. I think I played at least one of them, probably the original. But this is just like my recommendation for people like... So right now we're in a small group, right? So we could possibly defend ourselves if we get attacked in a base. If you're a solo player, you're probably not going to be able to survive a raid. But if you're a solo player, I only see really two options. Is that you could build a campsite in the middle of nowhere that's really hard to find. And that's what I've did a lot. And just bury your chests or put them in bushes and you're usually fine. But if you don't do that, I would say you find the hardest possible areas on the map and you build your storage boxes in there. Places that people go to, but like it'd be very difficult for them to get to. So like this airport, there's a place where like all these mechs on these run strips run right next to each other. If you find a way to slip through casually without getting shot 24/7, you could put boxes and stuff there. And then you could go around and loot everything and stash up and be fine. But if another player went there, they're probably going to loot the airport. They're not going to be trying to look for boxes, let alone try and go buy a bunch of mechs, let alone spend a bunch of time looking for a box around mechs and just die. And those mechs are online 24/7, so you don't need somebody to guard your base if you have mechs guarding your base. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to use the prison for a storage here, because I can lock each and every single door and kind of put chests in there, and if they come in here, they're going to spend time locking the doors. But the prison isn't the best example because it's easy to get in here. It's just if you don't know how to get in here, you're a new player or something, you don't know the mech route, then you get messed up pretty good. But once you know it, it's not hard to get in and out of here at all. But if you're online, say you had a squad, so like we have 4 or 5 people, and we want to defend ourselves, but we don't have the manpower to say defeat a 10-man squad, and one person is online every now and then, we could build a base in the prison, guard most of it with landmines, make one way in and out, and then there's nothing they can really do. Because like if I open up all these cell doors and everything in this whole place and we landmine that whole side over there, if one mine goes off, every single puppet in this base is getting triggered and they're going to rush where that mine was. And then you have the mechs, so all it would take is one person to be online to sit here and shoot these mechs in the face and get them aggroed, and then nobody's getting in because the mechs are going to be there. I never checked these cells at all though, but apparently somebody did today. Why? I guess they were looking for clothes or something. Yeah. Like, I like the castle just because of like aesthetics, and it goes with the night thing, and I wish I had more people that did night stuff. And I think it would be decently good to defend for the most part. But I don't think it's like the best spot on the map. Like if we found, like if we could go to naval base and then go somewhere really difficult on the naval base and just put boxes there. It's like nobody goes up those tunnels. Like you saw before when we were in there, we tried to go up those tunnels and everyone's like, there's nothing worth it, don't go up there, it's a pain. That's the kind of place that you want to put some boxes. And then figure out how to get there consistently, and nobody's ever going to touch your stuff. And if you really want to get good, you're going to have to find a place that you have to use flares. It's like flares aren't hard to find or buy. Green peas. See, like, us killing these puppets gives us XP, but it's only like 11 XP, or 11 hits worth of XP per kill. It's not really that good. Kitchen board. Yeah, see, that's another thing. If you have multiple people, you can do that. So like here, if someone wanted to raid this place and they had a team, all they would take is like one person on their team to aggro the mech, and then the rest of their teammates could run in. Fooster's machete. Why is this bowl so damn big? I think you can tell when stuff gets wiped though, because like there's never this much stuff here. It's like whenever a wipe hits, there's loot everywhere. I bet that bowl doesn't even sell for very much. See if that dude's down here. There's a guy that was down here, and I know he logged off here or something because he was healing in the corner. He was like underneath me, and I heard him chopping a puppet. Yeah, this is where that armory was. Blow! Get into the chopper! Do it now! Do it now! Blow! Ah, shoot. Get into the chopper! Hasta la vista. Oh, shit. Just wait until they add a helicopter to this game. I can swing my sword, 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 my diamond sword. Cannot afford my diamond sword, sword. I mean, it'd probably be too abusable because it gives them too much control over landing in bases and stuff. I don't suppose you ever saw Tobuscus from Minecraft. Those like really crappy songs they would make, but they were funny enough to like listen to. Well, there's a dude that was popular for I don't even know what reason in Minecraft, and he made like these kind of weird songs on there. That's where that diamond sword stuff would come from. He had a song called like Diamond Sword. He had a song called like Mini Tartar or something. I don't even remember all of them, but they're funny. The Mini Tartar one made no sense because it's just like it's a mini tartar, mini tartar, mini tartar, and it's like a little bitty tiny minotaur like running after him or something. And at the end he's like, tartar sauce, my weakness, and like dies or some shit. It's dumb. But if you know anything about Minecraft and diamonds, like he has this song called Diamond Sword, and he's like, I can swing my sword, 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 my diamond sword, sword. You cannot afford my diamond sword, sword. Even if you could, I have a patent. No one else can make a sword exactly in this manner, manner. Welcome to my manner, manner. Yeah, this is pretty good. But I lost my sanity a long time ago, so you can't blame me for liking that. It's kind of like there's a song on there that would make normal people go insane, and it's you have to look up like Minecraft dwarf digging a hole song, and it's nothing but like this little animation of dwarfs digging underground, and it's like, I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, digging hole, digging hole, and that's all it is for like hours. I listen to that on like 10-hour repeat while I'm mining in Minecraft. That's how I know that I've lost my sanity, because none of that stuff bothers me anymore. You know those torture chambers where they stick you in there and they play like annoying shit till you lose your sanity? It's like a torture technique. No effect on me at all. I start thinking about ponies and shit. Or physics. I am a dwarf and I'm digging hole, digging hole, digging hole. I am a dwarf and I'm digging hole, digging hole, digging hole. Dwarf, digging hole, digging hole, dwarf. Anyway. Why can't I free look with my character right now? Yeah, my character's not strong enough to really be doing this, but no, my free look's on my little button thing in the top now. I need to change my keybinds. I was gonna put them on the on my foot pedals, but then I didn't do it yet. Because I use Control and Alt to lean in shooter games, and this game it uses everything. No, I just bought a foot pedal a while back for. I don't even remember why. I think I specifically bought it for voice talking, or for more keybinds for Tarkov. I don't remember. No, I haven't played racing games in a long time. I do know that they had they have that racing game that's like really good. That's like professional drivers and stuff drive in with like these $1 million gaming setups to mimic driving a car. I just don't think I have the attention span to become the best at something. I never really had the interest of becoming the best. I always wanted to be like competitive, you know? So like lifting in high school and stuff, I lifted more than everybody. Like I lifted constantly. But the top 5% strongest people in the world, it's like I think it's like you bench like twice your body weight, you squat twice your body weight, and you deadlift like 4 times your body weight or 3 times or something, I don't remember. And like I could do all of that before I got out of high school. So it's like, boom, you're top 5%. All right. Do you spend the next 10 years, 20 years, you know, min-maxing everything that you do and your eating and sleeping regimens and stuff and try to become the top 1% of all strongest people on the planet? Or do you stay the top 5% and then you learn how to do MMA or fight, like shoot a gun or something? Because that means like if you're the top 5%, that means 95% of all people you could beat up, right? And then the top 1%, they have to put so much more time in becoming the top 1% than the top 5%. But that means that I could become the top 5% shooters and the top 5% muscle. And then if I run across somebody who's the top 1% muscle, then I probably outshoot them. And their muscle doesn't mean anything. And then if I go against somebody who doesn't have muscle, then my muscle beats that person. They could be a top shooter and not have any muscle, and then I would be on par and at least be able to compete with a shooter and have muscle, you know? That's what makes sense. Like, I could be a professional house builder, but then I'm not going to know anything about finance. So I'm going to have to trust somebody to know about finance to help me. Or I'm going to have to trust a contractor to build my house right. So is it better for me to be a professional in one field or a general knowledge guy to know when someone's bullshitting me? I don't really know, but I prefer to have information. That's why I was having problems with this financial company I was talking to. Basically, I have a guy I used to play sports with in high school, and he was selling life insurance and stuff, and I was getting into life insurance because I wanted to learn more about it. I couldn't find any information on it, so I figured if I go and get my life insurance license, I'll be able to learn about like whole life insurance and term life insurance and all this stuff, and have a better idea of what the hell all that stuff is, because no one was telling me anything about it. They all just try to sell you stuff. And he ended up going to a financial company, which one of his friends owns and stuff. And pretty much everything that they were saying made sense. And then I joined the company. And I was gonna set my life insurance policy up, but then like I could never get enough information about stuff, and I would ask him about things, and you know, and then he was telling me like not to listen to other sources of information about finance. And like it's very unlikely I'm just gonna listen to one person with finance. Like the dude, I'm sure he knows what he's talking about. He's a couple more years ahead of me, and he's been working in the industry, but he's not old enough to know everything. And even though he's become like a millionaire by the time he was like 27, it wouldn't be that hard. Like if I lived in California or something right now, and I was able to work a job where I get $1 million or I get like $100,000 a year, I would be a millionaire by the time I was 32. 100%. I'm in Oklahoma, all right? You're lucky if you get $20,000 a year here with one job, okay? And right now, I can put back $10,000-$15,000 in a year if I really want to. The cost of living is high, but I'm saying there's options no matter where you're living to save money and do that stuff. Like, I could go, so let's say that I could get a job in California making $1 million in a year. And the cost of living there is $1 million. How do you cut your costs? Like how do you think you would cut your costs in that situation? I never used the bat with nails, but I still like my sword. I mean, I guess I could, but so let's say theoretically you go to California, you get a job with that you earn $1 million in a year, and it's going to cost you $1 million a year to live there. But you're living in an apartment, you're buying, you know, decent amount of food, all that stuff. How do you cut down your prices? So we live in America. So there's public access to water almost everywhere. You have public restrooms, public water all over the place, all right? So that's like, and water bills aren't really that expensive, so it's not that big of a deal. It's like $50 or something. I don't know what it is in California. Oklahoma's like $50. But let's say you go, you know, you're going to Walmart or any place like that. You have access to electricity because they have plug-ins. You have access to water. You have access to bathrooms. They're usually open 24/7. So at that point, you know, if you could manage to live in your car or something for a year, or just like bum around in like different stores and stuff throughout the day. Not showers, but if you're in California, so let's say, because I'm in Oklahoma, and the small towns don't have the best gyms. but there are like Planet Fitness, and then like stuff like college gyms. They'll have like saunas and pools and stuff in them. So gym memberships usually aren't that expensive, so maybe like 40 bucks or something tops. So you get like a 20 to 40 buck gym membership, and then they have access to showers, maybe a pool, maybe a sauna. You can lift there, and nobody's really gonna ask any questions. Like, you don't even have to really do it. You can just go in there and like sit on a bicycle for 20 minutes and then go shower. No one's gonna give a damn. Okay. So now, you're looking at food. On the very high end, if you don't have any cooking utilities or anything, you could go to, you could go across state lines or whatever, find an Army surplus store, buy a shit ton of MREs, and just eat MREs for like a year. Or you could like do kind of what I do. So for me, I like to keep a couple grand back, and my expenses are so low that in the last couple years I've been without jobs quite a few times. I've been able to coast for over a year, twice now, I think, just with like $1,000 or $2,000 saved up, because my expenses for the house and everything, taxes. Wait, taxes on your earned income? Is that what you're talking about? Well, you wouldn't have property taxes because you wouldn't own property. I would say live out of a car for a year, and then you would be going to gyms and stuff. You could go to places that are like Texas that has no income tax, and you wouldn't pay any income taxes. Or you invest your money. So with like a whole life insurance policy, if you put your money into the life insurance policy, it's not taxable. And so you get a dividend-paying whole life life insurance policy. It was earning 3 to 5% every year, but now they may be decreasing to 2 to 3% every year. They've had profit for the last 800 years or however long it's been. They haven't really had any downturns in life insurance policies. Then you can borrow up to 90% from your life insurance policy. So this is something that mainly you use for debt, but you can use it for other things too, investments and stuff. So I have like a couple $1,000s in student loan debt. If I pay that student loan debt off, I have $0 and I paid off the debt, right? You tracking? Okay. So if you take a dividend-paying whole life insurance policy, you put the couple $1,000s into the life insurance policy. That life insurance policy is now, so let's say your student loan has like a 3% interest, and you owe $10,000, something, I don't know. If you pay that off, then you're at zero and everything's equal. If you take a life insurance policy, you put the $10,000 in the life insurance policy, it's earning 3 to 5% every year, which already pays off the loan, because the interest is going to pay off the loan anyway. But then you can take a loan out against your life insurance policy, and loans are non-taxable because debt isn't taxable. You use that to pay your student loans off, and you're at zero, right? Wrong. Because you took a loan out against the money that's in your life insurance policy. The money is still in the life insurance policy. So you took a loan out from your life insurance policy and you canceled your student loan debt. Now you still have 10 grand in your life insurance policy. Your loan from the life insurance policy is 3% or whatever, but the money is still inside the life insurance policy, earning 3 to 5%. Yeah. So, you're technically at 0, but you still have the money, and the money is going up. You're still earning interest off of it. So, you're still earning money off of the debt money, and eventually it'll go to 0 anyway. But then, say you still have to make loan payments, right? Because you took a loan out from your insurance, so you have to pay the loan back, right? So you might be thinking, oh, that's basically student loan. I mean, I'm losing money. It doesn't make any difference. Well, the difference is that when you pay the loan back, that 3% that you're paying the loan back is going into your insurance policy. They're not taking the insurance policy out. The money that you're paying, you took a loan from yourself. You're paying yourself the loan back. So you're paying yourself the 3% interest. So that $10,000 is earning 3 to 5% interest, and then you're paying yourself back at 3%. So you're earning 6 to 11% off of that. And now we look at, and it's compounding interest. So savings accounts and stuff were really good back in the day because they gave you compounding interest. But they don't do that anymore. A catch for a life insurance policy. You see, I have thought the same thing, but I haven't really found a catch. The only thing I could say with a life insurance policy that could be a catch is that it's not fluid money. It's a life insurance policy. So you're not going to just be able to go, like, you can take loans against it to buy things, but you're not going to go to your life insurance policy and then buy snacks or something. That's probably the biggest thing I could see. That's the other thing, though. So when you get so much money into a life insurance policy, the interest that you earn would pay off any service charges. That like 10% that's what they're doing, is they're going to take like a portion of it, but it's not going to be. And the other thing is that so say like you wanted to give your kids a lot of money or something. If you just give them money, they have to pay taxes on that. If you put it in like a life insurance policy or a trust fund, you could give it to them tax-free, because you just transfer the life insurance policy over to them and not the money. If you give them money, they're going to have to pay taxes on it. It's the same thing with, like, if you have a house and you want to give your kids a house, if you do a will and you give them the house in the will, they have to pay like 15% tax or something on it to the government. And like, there's people that don't have the money to do that, so then they can't get the house because they don't have the money to pay the taxes. So if you take that and you put the house in their name, like you put their name on the house, or you put it in a trust, then the trust transfers the house to them, because you're not giving them the house, you're transferring the trust into their name, something like that, and they can't be taxed. So there's weird stuff like that happens. And then like credit cards. So like, I haven't used credit cards. My parents told me never to take loans out and stuff, but somehow wanted me to go to college and made me take loans out to go to college, which got me in a mess. So I didn't know about this until the last couple years, but so like if you take a credit card, say you got 5 credit cards, and you put a couple of simple fees on them every month, and you paid them off. After, I don't remember how long, but after like a short period of time, you'd have like a perfect credit score, and your credit cards would be like have really high limits. There's people that have crappy credit scores in the US. They can't get debt or credit cards or anything. So, and then also, if you have kids, you can sign them up as an accredited user to your credit card, and it will increase their credit score because they're signed up on the credit card with you. They don't get access to the information of the credit card because they don't have the number or anything. They can't use it, but they're signed up as someone who could use the card, and so their credit score is brought up with you. Now, apparently, there are people in the United States or somewhere that pay to get put on as accredited users. So you can get $500-600 every 2 months or so for 5 cards. So you're getting like $3,000 in 2 months, and you can keep doing that over and over again. And you can keep doing that with more and more cards if you wanted to. So there's people that are doing that to make money off their credit cards. Yep. Well, you really got to think about it. It's like, so everyone uses cash. Cash used to be backed by gold. It's not backed by gold anymore. Owning gold became illegal in the past, then everyone got their gold confiscated, and then eventually it became legal to own gold again. Well, yeah, that's gonna be a hassle for you, but I'm gonna explain. This is basically I'm gonna explain this. This is gonna be kind of easier, something that you don't really have to worry about too much. So inflation on average is like 8% or whatever every year. And right now, inflation's getting out of control. So the money, if you're saving it in money, then you're losing money every year. Now, right now, we're probably going into a recession or a depression. So having a surplus amount of money, you can lose a lot of value if you don't do anything with it. But it's particularly a good time to where if the prices drop all of a sudden, you can buy an important asset. And then when prices go back around, you're going to gain a ton of money off of that. But also, if you don't really do all that, you can buy things like gold, which is backed. You know, it's going to be increasing at 8 to 12% every year mostly. And that's generally kind of where money goes. So if you turn your money into gold, you're saving the 8% that you would have lost, and you're gaining the 8 to 12%. So you're getting 16 to 20% increase to what you would have had. And then, I mean, there are ups and downs with gold and stuff, but still. And then when you buy the gold, what you got to know is that you don't pay taxes on loans. So when you earn money, you're taxed. When you use the money, you are taxed. So if you go and you turn the money into gold, you're going to get taxed for the gold turning into gold. But then you don't sell the gold. You can take a loan against the gold. And how this works, so how to explain this? You want to buy a house for like $20,000. You have $20,000 in cash you've been saving up. But instead of saving the money, you basically buy gold during that period. Then you have $20,000 worth of gold. You take a loan against the 20,000, and generally banks will give you a loan anyway because it's backed by gold. It doesn't really matter what your credit score is. And then you buy a house for that 20,000. So if you don't pay your loan, they're gonna get your $20,000 worth of gold. Now, if you have a house that's worth 20,000 and you have gold that's 20,000, the value of the dollar is going down with inflation by, the average was 8% every year. So that $20,000, this is part of the reason politicians and stuff don't care as much about inflation as like poorer people do. Because at $20,000, the inflation is basically a discount. Oh shit, what happened to my dude? So you're taking basically an 8% reduction to cash value every year. So you're basically getting an 8% decrease to your loan because so over 10 years, that's going to be 80% probably. That's like 80%. It's not like 80%, but just consider it 80% reduction to your loan value over like 10 years. So not paying off your loans and making them go a long duration means that you're getting more and more savings as the loan duration goes on. Now, let's say the loan is you owe 3% or whatever on it, and then you have your gold. So you do the loan against your gold, and you're paying 3% on that. But then the gold is going up every year by 8 to 12%. So really, you're still earning 5 to 9% on your house because the gold is going up in value. So instead of having a loan where you're losing money, you have a house and your gold is still gaining money. And then the house is going to be going up for the most part, not right now, but the house is generally going up like 10 or 20% every year. So then you're actually earning like 20-30% more on your investment. Then if it's a rent house, you're earning that plus cash flow, which the cash flow can be used to pay off your loan. Now, let's say you own that house for like 10 years or something, and you couldn't pay it, and now the bank is coming for your gold. Well, the value of that gold has increased 8 to 12% every year, and the value of that loan has decreased 8% or so a year. So they no longer get all of your gold because the value of the gold isn't the value of the house anymore. So not only is the dollar value worth less, but your gold is worth more. So they can't take all your gold unless they put in the contract it's going to be like so and so ounces. Yeah, that's what gets me with business though. It's cuz like I like my friend and stuff, but he's also a salesman and I can sense it on him, and I don't know if he like knows that he's like pushing sales pitches on me, like if it's just like something that's ingrained in him now, or if he's actively trying to do it. But it does bother me a little bit. Like I would like to trust him, but I feel like he like tries to get one over on me, and then if you sign the dotted line, I've had a lot of jobs, for instance, like even the job I'm having now, they said when I got hired there that I would be able to work on any schoolwork that I needed to do or whatever. I'd be able to keep my weekends, all that was fine, but I had to sign this paperwork because it's just like the only way that you can get hired. And then I came over here and I worked for a few weeks, and then what do you know, They asked me if I wanted to get put on weekends, and I said like no. I've said that I was supposed to get to keep my weekends when I agreed to come work here, and it's the only time I get to see my family. And then a week later or whatever, I got instantly shipped to weekends. That's how I got work. That's how I got stuck on a weekend shift. They just instantly put me on it. And they stuck me in a place that had like no internet access or anything, and it was just, and I was super busy. When I first started working at the place that I'm at right now, I couldn't sit down at all. So it was 12 hours of constantly walking around, checking trailers, going in. So you were doing 12 hours constant walking and writing stuff down and sorting shit. And you didn't get to sit down, you didn't get any breaks, you didn't get any lunch breaks. Because the way the security works is that you do that when you have free time. And so I didn't have any free time. But now, because I've worked out a system, and I got in trouble for it, but then I kept doing it anyway, and they just let it go. I use a printer. Because we live in the 21st century, and I'm not a fucking pilgrim. So you're supposed to, on the paperwork, fill in each individual section every time. Fill in specific dates or specific times, so like 8:52, 8:53 every time. And you're supposed to sign every line, and you're supposed to do that every time you check something. But I was like, we have e-signatures online, all right? There's no way that anyone knows that's me. So it's the same thing if I print my signature off. The only way they're going to get access to it is if they somehow take it from me and make copies and then fill it out and put it in the paper drawer. But they could just take my paperwork out of the paper drawer and then white out the parts they don't want and then print off copies anyway, so it doesn't matter. And then everyone else that basically was doing paperwork at the work area, because when I was first there, I was filling out every single little detail on every trailer and stuff. And then I saw other people that were not security, but the Dollar General had workers in their place filling out the paperwork to fill in for security. And I was seeing how they were doing the paperwork, and it was really stupid. Like, you're just like 8 p.m. and then putting a line down it, and I started doing that. Then they told me I couldn't do that anymore, so I had to put the date on there, but I just started putting 8 p.m. on everything. But now I have a template on a paper. It says PM all the way down it, and I just fill in the time. It has all the signature and everything else put on there. And then I go and I fill out the trailers, and I print off the paperwork, and I keep printing the trailers off. So I just do it like once or twice, and then I print it off with all the trailer numbers on it, so I never have to mess with it again. And it does really good. And then when I was working there was people that rode hoverboards, and so I bought a hoverboard for like 350 bucks because it was the only one that could hold my body weight. And I used to be able to do the whole route in like 10-15 minutes, and then I would have like an hour 45 just to like sit on my ass. And eventually they said I couldn't use hoverboards, and I was like, well, everyone else is using hoverboards. No one told them not to use it, and they're the ones that told me about it. And so I don't know if they're still using them or not, but now it takes me like 30 minutes maybe to get everything written down and ready to go. So easiest job I've had now, but when I first started it was very stressful. Very, very stressful. That was also after I just got off of that, just like recovered from that sickness that I had. Because literally I went from being sick, like I fought off sickness for like a couple of months, and then I got hit and I was bedridden for like 3 or 4 days during the middle of winter in this house that I just bought in front of a fireplace. And basically I couldn't move, and then I ended up getting an infection during that time. And then after that it was like 5 or 6 months where I was just could not walk, could not move, was in constant pain, wasn't able to get up and get food or anything, and I just like whittled away. And luckily enough, I do fast and stuff, and I've did it a few times, and I've did like a month fast and stuff before, so I can actually go a really long time without eating much. But right after that is when I got hired for that job. So it was literally like right after I gotten fixed up. I think like a month or so, like a couple weeks or a month after that, I got hired on over there. So part of the problem probably was that I was extremely like weak and stuff still, but I didn't look like it because I'm like a big dude. When you're a big guy, everyone just assumes that you're just like massive hoss, capable of doing everything, constant physical labor. And when you tell them you have injuries and stuff, they're like, ah, you're young, you don't know nothing about injuries. And it's like, yeah, you're 50 years old, and you probably did like high school band or something, or maybe like scout team kickoff, and you might have lifted when you went to athletics. When I was in high school, I lifted 8 to 10 hours a day. 8 to 10 hours a day working out, okay? Plus the high school workouts, everything else, gym, plus working a job, okay? And I wore the shit out of my body. And then I went to college, and I ended up, doing really good. And then I got side beat by a senior that got pissed off at me and had a very severe concussion. And I understand people have concussions, and they do fine. But after that concussion, I wasn't able to do very strenuous physical activity anymore because I faint, and I have like migraines and all kinds of crazy shit. And half of the time I'm in a daze these days. So like I'm not 100% anymore. And I can't just do what everyone else wants me to do. I got 2 fucked up shoulders. I had a messed up ACL. I got a torn up ankle. I've had back issues I didn't get surgeries for. I've ripped my forearm muscles completely out, like completely destroyed them doing a power clean in high school. And my coach didn't give a shit, and I never went to the hospital for it. And it took me like 4 months or something of just doing my own thing to get myself back up to where I could grab stuff, but my grip is still really weak now. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I've went through. Like I've been through physical therapy a ton on my own, and I actually mentally broke down in college at the end because I never had anyone there with me. And so now I go to these jobs, and like there's somebody that lived in my hometown for 50 years, and they didn't really do anything in high school. They didn't go to college. They're working, and they're like a manager at a Walmart, and they're going to tell me about, oh, you're young, you don't know nothing about pain or injury. It's like,
How's it hanging?
your pain and injury comes because you ate Twinkies and you graded the shit out of your body. Mine was actually like very strenuous physical activities while I was taking care of my shit, and I still take care of my shit. I occasionally have an ice cream. Today I had an ice cream. It wasn't very good, and I regret buying it. I mean, it was not worth the calories, to be honest. But I kind of wanted something sweet, so that was my treat. It's been like, I don't know, a couple years since I had ice cream. It's kind of like soda. Like when you go like 10, 15 years, oh, yogurt is good, my guy. I do like me some yogurt. I actually bought some of that today too. I don't buy it all the time because sometimes it's expensive, and I don't think I need antibiotics all the time. But it's kind of like when they gave me those like people they overtake medications like all the time, and then they wonder why their health is fucking terrible. And when I got given those antibiotics, like I'm really kind of in tune with my body for the most part. Like I kind of understand what it wants. Like I don't get cravings for like sugar and stuff all that much, but like I get cravings for like protein or fiber. Like it's like a weird sensation in my body that I kind of directs me where I want to go. But when I got healthy, I had to take antibiotics, and I never take medications. So when I took the antibiotics, it killed the the stuff that was fucking me up, but uh, I could tell that it was just like destroying like something in my digestive system. Like everything was just bad, and then like I could barely like things didn't taste right, and it wasn't like my digestion and stuff was off. Like things just weren't normal. And so like as soon as I got off of those things, I went straight to like trying to fix my microbiome like in my gut as fast as possible. Like olive oils, yogurts, anything that like anything with good bacteria that I could possibly get to like get in there. Um, let me see here. Selling all of this. There's actually a good amount of ammo in there for the most part. This is the first time that I've actually found pans and stuff though. I don't even know if there's any use for these. Prepare and serve food, but
Goodbye.
why is my health so low? Oh shit. Yeah, I'm good, but I don't need the soup. I need to sell this hatchet though when I go back over there. Sells for good money.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Pan doesn't sell for anything, and neither does the bowl. It's the hyperthermia. So there's like no reason to buy or do anything with any of these cooking supplies. That's kind of weird.
Bye-bye now.
Well, I was gonna keep it for rags, but I can. It's a 2%, but I'm thinking about writing a book at some point, so I'm good. I want to write like a life guide for somebody. I think call it a simple life. To kind of give a gist, because I don't think life is nearly as hard as everyone says. Like if you don't get yourself into some trouble, then it's usually pretty fine. What? No, I haven't read that. I've read some financial books over the last couple years, but the last time I actually read anything, chick from work wanted me to read some of her like remade Twilight movies or Twilight books, and I really pissed her off because I made fun of one of her scenes. It was too much. I don't know. When someone asks you to read their books and like give you like honest feedback about it, and then you get butthurt over it, calm down. I asked her how serious of feedback she wanted too. is I was like, you know, I can just give you my general thoughts about it, or I could be like looking for typos, because I saw a typo on page 21. I don't have a good tone. I have no, I'm hollow on the inside, my guy. Depression my whole life. Don't feel it. I was taught to care, okay? I was taught to care about people. I care. I will do as much as I can for people. I'm trying to get away from that because now everyone calls you a simp or creepy because you can't be a nice person and be like 30, okay? Basically everything that you're raised to do, everything that society tells you to do, you don't need to do that. It's not what you do. If you want to be like at any point normal, don't follow the rules that society places on you. I'm sorry. There's a lot of people that don't have like really high morals or work standards. You know, you're not supposed to care about people. You're not supposed to try to help them out. It's like in high school, there's so many people that I helped out with their boyfriend issues and stuff. I helped them get in shape. I took them to food places and stuff before track meets. I drove them to work and stuff to help them out. And then as soon as I turned 19, okay, huge fucking deal. It's like, it's not like I haven't been doing this for, you know, 18 years or however long I'd been in school. And all of a sudden, red flag, he's over the age limit. Like, I give a damn. Now what happens? I go into the real world and I expect people that are like 35 to be like solid, responsible adults, and they're just the same as like a high schooler, but they're really good at lying and like sucking up to people. It's a great world that we live in, man. I have no idea who McPhil is. What doth this be? Good amount of ammo over here. I know we had arrows somewhere, but I guess we just need to make some crappy arrows. I kind of want to get to 8 strength just to see how much damage a spear throw can do. Because I'm thinking my numbers were a little bit different compared. So like if you have advanced melee skill and you go from like, I think it's like 1 strength or 3 strength to 5 strength, you save 2 melee attacks on kill on a puppet. But the other day I basically did a Reddit post about the usage of a spear, and I did some tests and stuff, and at 5 strength a metal spear is taking 5 spears to the chest of an armored puppet to kill it, and it takes 5 wooden arrows with metal tips to kill a puppet in the chest as well. But this means, because if you do, you know, that 3 to 8 or whatever, I think it increases the damage. Then if you go to 5 to 8 strength, it's possible that it might only take you 2 metal spears to kill a puppet in the chest. And at that point, that means it's probably more cost effective to use metal spears than it would be to use metal arrows. Like carbon arrows and stuff would still be really good, but 8 strength, you could probably kill a player with 2 spear throws, and they're more silent than a bow. They take less materials to craft because you don't have to find feathers. And then during a base siege, if you throw a spear at somebody over a wall, then they're probably not going to be able to use that to kill you. Like, it's not going to be good enough for them to throw it back at you. Whereas if you shoot an arrow at them, they can pick up your arrow and shoot it back. And there's a lot of other utility when it comes to spears as well. I could list it off, you know, but... Well, that's the point, though. If you have 8 strength, you might not have to have 10 spears. You might only need 2. But, like, base defense-wise, yeah, you could just have a bunch of spears. They take more space than arrows, but... That's a bomber puppet. I mean, if you want a pistol, I can buy you a pistol, man. I'm still a fan of the revolvers, though. I think Wednesday or something, Vince's friend is wanting to level his awareness, so if you want to level your awareness with us, if I'm on, I'm basically going to go in the woods, chop down a bunch of trees, pile all the stuff up, cut them up into a bunch of pieces, and then log on to the server. Get a bunch of XP. Honestly, I don't even know if we should use logs because these sticks, I think, would just be better. But that's kind of like, I'm kind of tempted, like, if we can get enough people together, I'm not opposed to making my own custom server. Like, if you could keep it populated with enough people, I just think it would be nice. Because then you like know everybody and you can kind of like, you know, even if you do attack each other. Something I've always kind of wanted to do. If I ever became like a more popular streamer guy, just like do competitions between people, like especially in survival games. You have like three teams, you separate on the map, and then like whoever's the last to survive. It's kind of like my Minecraft server I wanted to make. I wanted to do hardcore survival on there, so everybody would pitch in like $10. Yeah, well, the thing is that I'm not really good at advertising myself, or like doing all the Discord and Twitch and YouTube stuff. Like I barely just even know how to put videos and stuff on. I never really look into it very much. So it's like I'm more of a crazy idea guy, more than like I'm the best person ever, come follow me and play games with me. I'm not good at that stuff. But almost wish I could like be friends with some game developers though, because then I would have be able to talk to them about stuff they put into the game. So many ideas for stuff that people just don't do. Yeah, but then you're like you have to dish out the ideas like every week to like keep people in. I wish I could change the color of my dot. Look at that. It's like that somewhere. I wish I could be like, what's that chick's name? There's like a, there's like some chick, like e-girl chick that was like the original e-girl that she shows up like every so many months and everybody flocks to her. I wish I could do something like that, but I'm not a girl, so I can't. Because I have spurts. Yeah, probably that. I have spurts for like I'll play a game or something hardcore for like, you know, 6 months or something, and then I'll go and like build a house or like learn some important life skill, and then I'll come back and then play video games again when I get bored. Is it OnlyFans? If I could make money on OnlyFans, probably would. Not opposed. Make a dad bod OnlyFans, just me like cracking cold ones and mowing the lawn. I don't have a problem with OnlyFans and all that stuff. I have a problem with how big people's egos get. Like, what's the deal with human beings and their egos getting out of check over the simplest shit? It's like right now, so like you saw the other day when you were talking to me, and that guy, he raided the stream, and I had like 200 people in here. Like, people will be like, oh my god, I had 200 people, I'm fucking famous, fuck all y'all guys. It's crazy, like, but I was still talking to you because personally, I know that they're there just because the streamer showed up. But you were here before any of them showed up, alright? I've been playing, streaming and stuff by myself for however many years now, you know, and I used to have a decent following back in the day, but like, I have a lot more respect for like you coming in and us talking than just like a shit ton of people randomly showing up and putting emoji symbols everywhere. Like, they're just interrupting our conversation. It's probably what I should have did when they came in here, because they're all like, oh, we failed or whatever. And it's like, I don't think y'all know how awesome the Splash guy is, okay? Y'all need to go follow him on Twitch and YouTube. He will teach you how to get your life right. Is the boat? Yeah, I gotta check the boat. It was the other day. I'll go down there in a second. I'm gonna go check this bunker. When it comes to advertising myself and stuff, I'm not very good at it, okay? But when it comes to like doing somebody else's shit, 100%. I could get you 1 billion followers if you want. I'm that driven. I will go to like local places in my hometown and advertise you. I'll make what are those what is God, what is that thing? I think they were called big heads or something. Those giant 3D like sticker things of football players and stuff you could get and put on your wall. I'll make one of those. The popular thing before they came out with those big plush pillows with people's bodies on it. I'm pretty sure they were called big heads or something like that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Thought I lost my sword. I don't know what I'm gonna do in this game after I max all my stats out. Like, I like building bases and stuff in games, and when that modular base building comes out, I'm sure that's gonna be interesting. But I don't know if it's gonna keep me interested or not. If they do modular base building, then they're gonna have limits to like what you can build. Yeah, I'm not very good at just randomly talking shit to people. If they deserve it, I can definitely hurt their feelings a bit, but I just don't have that bone in me that makes me talk shit to people. You gotta understand, like, when I played football, I was like 330 pounds, just shit mixed everybody, and I never really cared. Like, I would pick them up at the end of the game. By the time the season was over, like, all the guys knew who I was, and they'd be like talking to me about, you know, going to parties and shit at the end of the game, during the game itself. It was weird. Basic bitches. No. I can't say that, man. Like, if someone has wood walls or something, that's what I'm all about, man. I'm like, hey, man, you're doing God's work. Somebody got to stay out here and represent the small people. That's why I like building bases that are like the lowest tier. I like using the lowest tier gear. I like using the lowest tier base building materials. And then when someone comes along and they think they're super mega chad and they run into a wood wall fortification that kicks their ass, they're like, holy shit. And I'm like, yep. pretty much anything that people like doing in a game, I do almost the complete opposite, which is probably why I'm not super popular. Like even League of Legends and stuff, there's I was a good League of Legends player. I could do 3 or 4 different roles and pretty decent high tier elo. But I would always get really high up and then I would get bored and I would start fucking around with shit. So then people would be like, Azir is only a mid lane. You gotta play him mid lane. And I'm like, well, you can also build them with a bunch of HP and make them super tanky and beat the shit out of top laners with them. And they're like, you're trolling, you get out of my fucking game, some bullshit. And then like eventually I made a top lane build, a mid lane build, a support build. And I do that stuff for champions all the time, and I will kick people's ass and they'll still be like, or like if you play Azir support, you can win 50,000 games and then you will lose one and the ADC will be like, how the fuck was I supposed to win? I got a troll support, Azir support, nobody plays Azir support, so he's obviously a troll, and then like the whole team goes on board with it, and it's just like, fuck all y'all guys. Can't try something new in games. Like literally, like when League of Legends first came out, there were 0 rules. There was 0 rules. You did whatever the fuck that you wanted to do, and you tried to win. And then eventually, guess what? A team came up with a system, and they started winning a bunch of games, and all of a sudden, that became the way you're supposed to play the game, and everyone adopted it. And if you don't play the game that way, you're playing the game wrong. It's like, all it takes is one more team to try something new and find out a different way to play the game, and all of a sudden that's going to be the way to play. It's just like people who play Warzone. So, like, it's like people influencing the stock market, I swear. So, like, streamers, they go and they play a game, alright? So they go play Warzone, they're a good streamer, they have, like, 1 million followers, and then they're like, guys, listen, guys, I have the best build, there's no build better, use this build. And they're going to make that build video every week, and it's going to be a different gun, or the same gun, with the same attachments, okay? And then everyone who watches their video is going to be like, this is the best gun ever, meta build, you don't use it, you're fucking trash. And then, what do you know? 99.9% of all the players in the game are using that gun. And what does that mean? If you know that 99.9% of players are going to be using that gun, you know what to beat. You know exactly what build everyone is using. It gives you a very, very big advantage that nobody takes advantage of it. Because if you know they're all using M4s, and you know the M4s have a weakness, or you know they're all using Ghost, and you know Ghost has a weakness, then you know exactly what you can bring to counter that. But nobody thinks that way. They're just going to go right with the meta build. Am I going the wrong way? I am. And also, I can't even play hardly with Call of Duty players anymore because all of them are just like run, gun, hole shooters. That's all they want to do. They're not tactical players at all. They don't want to put any thought or effort into anything that they do. They just want to like slap on their headset and run at the enemy and shoot them. That's what they do. So if you want to like room clear or use flashbangs in a tactical way or anything, it's completely over their head. Oh yeah, deathmatch on Scum. Scum's combat is a little weird because the deathmatches, you're kind of almost punished for running and gunning. So you can run and gun and it works fine, but you're very loud. And there's too many building windows to constantly check, and since they know exactly where you are from like a mile away, it almost rewards campers. If you're gonna run and gun, or you're gonna try and like be tactical-ish, you're basically The best thing that I could tell you to do the best thing I can tell you to do in a shooter game like this is be very conscious of where things like your cover is. And this is something that I don't do so much in a lot of the shooter games that I play these days because I'm not like playing super competitive. But back when I played like Warzone and Tarkov and stuff pretty seriously, so things like this tree, you want to know where the tree is in position to your character. So if you're going to be like going through these woods and clearing, like most people, they'll run up and they'll bunny hop, you know, because you want them to be moving constantly and it makes less footstep noise. But these trees, if you're clearing like this right side, you can still look back and clear this, but you want always to have cover on the spot. Like here, you can put in a gunfight. Here, you're going to have the cover. So if you can constantly keep cover on that direction while you're like looking in other directions, if you get shot at, then it's boom, you're right in cover. And if you see someone in front, you can either go into a gunfight or you move back and you know you have cover right here, and then you can look around and see if there's anyone there and repeat. It's just not necessarily a tree, but I'm just saying your cover. You want so when you get into really competitive, it's part of the reason why I don't like playing competitive, because it completely sucks the joy out of the game and it makes me feel like I'm dead. So that's like League. Like I can play League and I can get up to Diamond Plus in League, but the higher tier that you go, the more serious everything is. You have to go and you have to time everything. You have to know, like, okay, this is this jungle's jungle route. This is probably the route that he's taking. 125 or whatever, the middle scuttle crab's going to go, and you can put a ward at the wolves and see the jungler, and if he's not there, he's probably here. And then you got to fight over the jungle thing, but then my champion isn't good versus their champion level 2, so I need to hit level 3 and just stay in lane. My jungler needs to know that. Or maybe I have like a Galio, and Galio's really good versus 1v2 early. So I was like, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then, you know, the dragon's coming, but like lower tier players will be like, we gotta have the dragon, and they'll fight and die over the dragon. But and then if you're a higher tier player, you know, like, okay, we can fight over dragon if this is our team comp. Then our team comp isn't good, so we don't do the dragon. If we lose the dragon, we just give them the first 2 or 3 dragons, as long as they don't get the you know, the elder dragon, you're fine. You know, you can let them have the first few dragons, and you take elder dragon, and then you kill them. It's fine. But back to the example, though. Okay, so it's not about trees; it's just about cover. So take a Warzone player. So a lot of people slide cancel. It's really annoying. Get carpal tunnel slide canceling 24/7. I'd probably just put that on a macro now that I have a macro key. So what is the difference between running here okay, and running here? We're talking about a couple of meters of distance. Yeah, definitely the cover. So you don't necessarily have to be the best gun shooter in the world. So like shooting a gun is a big portion. Oh, I need to drink some water. Shooting a gun is a big portion of like a shooter game, don't get me wrong. But that comes with time. You have to slowly push your limits and get better and better at shooting in that game, or taking the time to practice that game before you actually get into a match or something. But these little details transition to every game. So it's not just that there's cover in front of you there. It's that if you're here and you get into a gunfight, you either have to locate and find that guy and then shoot him, or try to dodge a bunch of rounds and then turn around and shoot him, or you know that there's cover right here and you need to get to the cover, but it's going to take you at least a couple seconds to get there. Whereas if you're already actively coming down and heading towards the cover and you get into a gunfight, you don't have to see anything. You can instantly just go right into cover, and then you have all that extra leeway to kind of fight your fights. All right, and then like they break contact. You can reposition, shoot some shots, you hit them, flank around. They might be expecting you to go up the the big hill over there, so then you go low. You get all these rock cover, and they're still here. Bam. But it's just, it's just the little bitty things that you can take into consideration when you play that other people don't. Eventually it becomes second nature, but it takes a lot of practice and stuff. If you want to get better at your shooting though, like, I can't recommend AimLab enough. AimLab has a lot of different options and stuff that you can use in game. Oh no, I definitely play tactical shooters. I like tactical shooters a lot better. Yeah. I like tactical shooters. Here's the only deal that I have with a lot of, like, so the only thing I have with tactical shooter games that I would say is a little bit different, because even when I played Warzone, I really wanted people to play tactically with me. I wanted to do room clears and like use stun grenades and flashbangs. But so games like Tarkov, I really like. The SWAT games and stuff I like. The only issue I don't like on those games is generally when you're room clearing, your character's walking at like this pace. So like you'll try to breach a door and it's just like clear, and then you'll be like doing this and walking like two milliseconds. You need to be walking pretty quick. Like Scum has a pretty decent pace. So if you're like going to stack up and breach a door, and like I'm gonna go left and he's gonna go right and hug the wall, and I'm gonna hug this wall, it's just like breach, and then boom, 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 switch. You gotta have a little bit of speed. But like Tarkov, you don't like move really fast, but it is a really good shooter game. And they have the inertia too. That's a big thing. Like this, the freaking inertia and stuff. But there's some things just in games that just will never be realistic. You got desync, you got peeker's advantage. You're gonna try Kharkov? I don't know how much it is now, but it did start at like 45 bucks, I think, before. You're probably going to want to mess with your color settings and stuff when you get into that game. Yeah, I mean, if you play, I might hop back on there and show you a couple things if you want. I can't guarantee that I'm going to be the best at the beginning, but my main map on that game was Interchange. It's always been my main map. And I got pretty good at customs and stuff later on. But I like Interchange because there's so many routes that you can take in that map. Dukes X. I don't know what that means. What is Deuce 2 and then X is exit? Do not come with that PlayStation or something? I haven't played consoles in a long time. My chat box is cut off. Objective and huge level and figure out how you're going to complete it. Is that not like the SWAT games? What is that? Oh. It sounds like the old SWAT game or like that bear game I was telling you about the other day. Oh, also, I don't know exactly, I don't think that game I was thinking about in the past was Metal Gear Solid. I think it might have been Splinter Cell. Like the old Splinter Cell game. Duex Revision is a community-made overhaul of the 2000 classic. It features new environments, music, world-building detail, and bundles in some of the best modifications the fan base has made, including DirectX 3D9 rendering, high-res textures, high-detail models, and alt gameplay modes. Released October 13, 2015. Single player game. I don't see, that's probably why, because I don't play single player games that much anymore. Kind of looks like the old Fallout game. Duex Mankind Bide. Now an experienced covert operative, Adam Jensen is forced to operate in a world that has grown to despise his kind. Armed with his new arsenal of state-of-the-art weapons and augmentations, he must choose the right approach along with who to trust in order to unravel a vast worldwide conspiracy. August 23rd, 2016. Still single player though, like, I haven't played a single player game in a long time. Graphics don't look terrible. I'm getting, oh god, what the hell, what's that game? I'm getting keep thinking cyber, but it's not cyber. There's some game that came out not too long ago, like, I don't know, well, probably might have been a while ago now. I think it started with a C. There's like a dude in a high-tech suit. I don't know, that's the vibes that I'm getting from this video on this game, though. "9/11 terrorist attack." This guy kind of looks like Neo with robotic parts. Includes all the day one edition content. Trying to think of what that one game is. Something with a C. Cyprus. Something game. No. Oh, God, what is it? It's a game that became really popular. And it's used for benchmarks. Cry something. Crisis? Yeah, Crisis. Yeah, I remember playing the first one of that. I don't even know if I finished it. I have Crisis 3? Jesus. Was this, I don't remember if that's single player or not. Crisis multiplayer. Nah, my fans will be alright. I think I played this on Xbox. Just stay alive. Crying. I bet that game's probably alright, but it looks like it has multiplayer, but is it gonna be good enough to warrant playing over any other shooter, though? I don't know about that. And the dude looks a little weird, if I'm gonna be honest. Guy looks a little funny. You know what was a really good shooter game though? There's yeah, I think it's there. That's what's just aiming in this, like when I don't have my FOV maxed, like if I have my FOV maxed, I'd be able to see people in that boat. From here it's hard to tell. There's a couple of different shooter games that I really liked, but the Army of Two was always a really good game. I really liked that. Multiplayer, usually had a decent story. Always had like a back-to-back mission, which was cool. You have the different, you know, changes and upgrades. I remember on the original PlayStation, There was a game that was like, it was like one of the first games I ever saw that had like dismemberment stuff, and it was like over the Vietnam War. And like when you went to camp, there's like a shooting. Speak of the devil. There's like a shooting range that you would go to, and it had like all the guns laid out, and you could use any gun that was there. That game was legit back in the day, because I rented it from Bulldog Video. Massacred missions, like legit. I played the original Red Faction. That used to be a really good game. It was like the first game I played with World Demolition, and I never understood why more games didn't do that. Because the fact that you could like blow holes through the map and like change it as you played through a deal was great. And there was like hidden areas that were like stuck behind walls and shit. A lot of shooter games, not really coming. Yeah, Red Faction was good. I think they kept making them too. At least a little bit. I just never played any of the other ones. What is... I can't really think of any other super serious game. I mean, like Medal of Honor was like one of the first actual games that I played that was like an actual gun, like realistic shooter type game. So Medal of Honor was pretty good back in the day. And then I remember, like, I used to play Halo, and I stuck with, like, I played Halo a little bit because there was guys in my school that played Halo, and I had a really good memories of, like, Halo 1 and 2, because I did, like, back-to-back playthroughs with a guy I went to school with, and we used to call the Flood, the big ones, I think we called, like, the big ones Boomers or something, or Pickles. And anyway, we had ones that were called Pickles and one that were called Ticks, and there was a couple of missions with the Halo 2 and Halo 1 that was really funny, and we used to push each other off of ledges and shit. But I liked Halo for the story for the most part, and I played Halo Reach, I think was the last one, or ODST. And then after that, I think I came back and played a little bit of Halo 4 or something. But I just can't make myself play it anymore for the most part. Because, like, I would still play Halo for the story mission. Like, Reach's storyline, I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was pretty nice. Just, like, the last stand and all that. Ghost Recon. Whatever happened to the like the original Tom Clancy Rainbow Sixes? Do they still make those, or is it just Siege now? Cause I know, like, after SWAT 4 and all that, I believe Tom Clancy, like Rainbow Six, was like the go-to tactical shooter, I think. And then they had, there's like an army game on the computer that was like made for the military. That was pretty good. Rainbow Six 3. Is that an actual title? I don't remember which one. Like, I played a couple of his games, but I remember Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, and you had like AI that you commanded when you breached through buildings and stuff. Yeah. That game was legit. Very much like that game. Only thing that could ever get close to SWAT 4, but I think SWAT 4 had like more multiplayer at the time. I still need to go to single player and see if I can find a way to survive off this dam. I'm sure there's a way to do it. See, I probably didn't even know that in Siege or Rainbow Six. That's probably the first game that did that. Why is it like all the really good games are always the ones that like go out of business, and all the shitty games are the ones that like keep running and they like slowly implement a couple of the game designs from the other ones, but it's never like good enough to really be on anything, you know? Same thing with like TV shows. Really good TV series, they always get canceled. The shitty ones always, you know, play, and then you end up watching the shitty ones because there's nothing else to watch. Like The Expanse, it wasn't a grade A series, but it was pretty good, and they stopped making it. They could have easily kept going with that. The Ascension, that thing was hyped up for years, and it only had 3 episodes, and it was pretty damn good. Ascension was a pretty damn good show, and they cut it after 3 episodes. Firefly, I feel like I've heard Firefly. I have to look that one up. I'm pretty sure I've heard that somewhere. Serenity, yeah. With the Reavers and stuff. I think that's probably the, if Serenity is the movie for it, then I think that's a series that I actually saw commercials for, but I never watched because I probably forgot the name of it. Because I don't watch TV. I don't pay for TV anymore. I watch everything online, so the only way for me to watch stuff is to know the name. Why would they call it Firefly from a movie name called Serenity? Serenity sounds a lot better. I don't even see it on my list on here. See, but then you run into stuff that you never even remember. So this, something called Fire with Bruce Willis. I had never heard of that in my life. Came out in 2012. And my family watched like every new movie growing up. Every new movie. Copied it. Every new movie. Firefly Corvette class. I'm not seeing it on here at all. Firefly Corvette class. Maybe I need to not put a space in it, but even then, I mean, Corvette class, so if it's a ship name, I kind of get it, but that name does nothing for me compared to like Serenity. It's such a better name. This one has Corvette Summer, Flying Cars, Fires, Fire with Fire, The Fly, Almost Fly, Black Fly. Oh, speaking of which, if you ever want to see a couple of really dumb movies, like seriously dumb movies, but you kind of rewatch them because you're not really sure what's going on, it's kind of interesting. There's a movie called Rubber, and it's the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my life. And I watched it like 16 times just to understand. And it's a movie about a tire. And the tire kills people. 2010. So it's a tire and it's sentient and it rolls around, and I can't even remember what happens throughout the movie because it still doesn't, like, I don't have a full reel of the movie in my head. It's just like little snippets because it's so fucking weird. But there's like people watching the tire, and then there's like crimes going on, and the cops are trying to solve the crimes, and then like the tire's like rolling, and it sees like a pile of tires that are being burned, and it's acting like it's a genocide, and it's like crying and like shaking and stuff, and it like kills a rabbit. The thing's like it like shakes and then it blows people's heads up. And there's like scenes where the tire's like rolling down the road and there's like cop cars chasing it and stuff. Stupid movie, but I watched it a lot back in the day. There's another one. There's a couple of different movies. I can't remember which one it is. Either like Apollo 18 or Apollo 19. It's like Apollo 18 or Apollo 19. There's a movie, and it's astronauts, and they go to the moon, and they're doing moon shit. The whole thing's boring. Nothing's going on. The whole thing. All right, you're like, you know, I'll watch it because I don't have nothing else to watch. There's nothing super serious going on, and like these guys are collecting moon rocks, and then like they'll go into their thing, and he'll be like, "You playing a prank on me? Why is that rock out of its, you know, bag or whatever?" And he's like, "Oh, I guess I knocked it over." And they'll put the rock in there, and then going about, and it's just like hours of like a documentary film of these guys, and then you're like, what's the point of this movie? And then at the end, you're like, he's under attack and he's like running. His buddy got killed or something, and he's like, gotta get off the planet, and he like finds a way and gets up in his spaceship, and then he fires up the rocket and takes off into space, and he's starting to run out of gas. And then like he's just like starting to float and fall back down to the planet, and then all these fucking moon rocks like float up into the air, and then it goes to black and he's just screaming. And then once you go back and you watch the movie again, you notice that around the spaceship throughout the scenes, the rocks are becoming more and more dense and more close to the rocket. So it's just a movie about space rocks. Not a bad show, though. series 1. Did Firefly only have one series, or did it have one like mini series? I'm gonna try to type it in without the Firefly. It's very rare that this place doesn't have a series, but I guess it doesn't have it. Yeah, kill everything off after one, man. Not woke enough. You are not woke enough, sir. Alright, man, I'll see you. I was planning on playing with my puppy like 16 hours ago. Yeah. Alright, man. If you get on tomorrow, holler. I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow, but... Oh, man. Have a good. Don't let the bed bugs bite. How much XP have we gained? Yeah, we killed quite a few puppets, no XP gain here, so you literally have to train by setting and hitting a puppet. So let's sell this stuff, buy some food and everything, go back to the prison, farm some puppets for a little bit. Wanna go? Dang, I was typing and I'm gonna die. Cut into racks, what we got? Oh, just a C1 from that? What? A C1 that severely crippled my whole body? Hyperthermia. Flava Flav.
Yo,
So how much shit you get from the sick guys?
a lot.
Y'all guys juiced up now?
Yep.
There's like 3 or 5 of those guys that just chill in the traders.
Which one?
I don't know what group they are. I don't think they're with Scum Z, but
No, I mean like which trader?
C2 trader. They've been sitting around it most of the day. I was in there earlier messing around and they were just waiting for me to leave the trader. They followed me around in there and then they left and they were setting outside on the other side of the bridge and they kept coming back like every minute and a half and checking on me.
Alright.
But most of them are geared. There was one guy that wasn't. But they weren't driving a car or anything. They're carrying double bags and they're running either to the C2 bunker or the prison or something because they're going somewhere close and then they're going straight back to the trader.
What time was it? Like a few hours ago, or? 'Cause I was at the trader like not too long ago.
I don't know if this has a thing on it. It would have been a little while ago, yeah. I don't think my chat has any times on it. Maybe I posted something in general chat.
So that Quintic girl is like teaming up with new players?
Queen Thick teaming up
Yeah.
with, I don't know if she's teaming up with new players, but she might be, I don't know.
Mm.
Said she has a base somewhere, I think C1. Would have been about 8:29 p.m. Those guys were there, so last night. I don't remember where she said, because she said base C2 a little away from the safe zone. Yeah, she says that she has a place in D1. She put it in the group chat earlier. So, I don't know how popular D1 is, but probably not very much. Yeah, someone went in the prison and took my bicycle and took my night vision goggles and then left everything else. I don't know what was going on there. I put a lock on the cell door, sold all the good stuff out of it. I ended up talking to Splash on the stream and stuff today, so I was gonna finish leveling up my melee skill, but basically just gotta take one day and I'll have my melee skill maxed out. I'm already at I'm at 13% to advance, so it took like I think 4 hours to get to medium, and then it takes me about 4 hours to get 10%, so figured I was just gonna run around and kill puppets and earn a bunch of XP, but every time I kill a puppet, you only get like XP that's equal to about 11 hits of a dead body. So it's not like super efficient to kill the puppets.
Yeah. So where are you at right now?
Running up the hill from the dam. I just checked on the boat and looted the dam a little bit and stuff. Found a shotgun and some other things. Thought about taking the boat down to the big city and seeing what was down there, but or we can go to naval base or something if you want to loot some stuff.
Yeah, I just repaired the base, the inner base, the very first flag that is inside the base.
Yeah.
I managed to like repair everything, like 200, except for the ones second gate and the first gate.
Okay.
Because I ran out of toolbox and
They
scrap
use
metals.
it take a lot of toolbox. Oh, you have to use scrap metal to repair it.
To craft the toolbox.
Oh, okay. It took a lot of toolbox usage to repair it, or?
The first flag used about 3.5 improvised toolbox.
Okay. That's not really that bad. I mean, I found a 100 out of 100 toolbox earlier, but I sold it. But you can buy them at the trader for like 2,000, something like that. I think. I have to check. I'm heading towards the trader right now, so.
Man, I'm surprised the car is still at the base.
I don't think anyone's really going up there, man. Like, Splash
But,
was.
The ATV is gone though.
Someone took the ATV?
I think so. It's not there anymore. And last time I checked, it only has a iron lock on it.
Well, I mean, if I see one, I can probably shoot them off of it, but the, I don't know where they would have, unless someone in the squad took it.
But it doesn't matter though. I mean, we only stole that from somebody else anyways.
Yeah. I don't know if quads are that good or not. I think they don't stall or something nearly as much. I've seen videos where people say they suck off road, but I don't, or I guess they take a lot of damage or something. After I get my melee skill leveled up on this guy, I was going to level my demo, and then I was going to put landmines and spike traps and stuff outside of this trader. I'm really tempted to, or at least the prison. Because those guys, man, I'm going to fuck those dudes up, slowly but surely. I wouldn't have a huge problem with them. It's just like anytime you go in the trader, they're just in there and they follow you around and they fucking wait for you to leave. They mow you down outside of the trader. They haven't drove their car over here in a while, so I don't know if they lost it or not, but there's a guy with a saw that he goes in there and he cuts up all the trees inside the trader, so you can't use them for leveling, because I was leveling my strength in the trader, so no one would like hear me cutting in the forest and come shoot me. I found an AK like in a box at the prison earlier today though.
Nice.
I ended up selling it, but I was gonna keep it at first. I think Zell said that he wanted to level his awareness, so I think he said he's getting on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were gonna try to do that too or not, but I told him basically if we just find a section of forest or something somewhere, we can just cut down a bunch of trees, throw them in a pile, and you just log on and off the server and you get a bunch of XP, so. It might be better with sticks, like just to use sticks, but last time I used planks and stuff. Cause I think I cut down like, it was either 10 or 20 trees and I wheelbarrowed them into one spot, cut them all up, and I was getting like 2,000 XP per log, I think. And so like, if it would take 555 logs to max out everything. Which I don't know how long it takes everybody to do that, but I mean, if you do 30 seconds maybe. That is 4 hours, 4.5 hours. Which, you know, definitely is a while to sit there and log in and out, but it's not nearly as long as all the other skills to level. That's like going from 0 to medium in your other skills, pretty much. And then whenever y'all want to stop for the day, we can just like put down some blueprints and level our engineering or something up. Use up all the wood. Queen sent me a message earlier too saying that Profound might have left the server. And if that's true, that's Vigor and all them and Zeal, I think. Which means the 6 are gonna be like the top clan, I guess. They sent me a message over the weekend asking if I seen anything about hackers on the server, and I was like, well, I haven't been on the server, but I don't think there's been any hackers.
Yeah.
So. How much cement do you have to level up the cement walls?
I think in the first one takes 23.
23 for one wall.
Yeah. It's basically one bag of cement.
How many bags can you fit in a hiking backpack? Like 3?
1.
Okay, so you can carry
And
2.
you can carry the other one.
Yeah.
Carry another one.
I guess I could craft a wheelbarrow in town or something, but that's a lot of bags. We gotta get bricks first, don't we? Beforehand.
We have bricks already. Me and Zell saved up bricks.
Okay.
It's in my wardrobe.
I know like gravel, there's some gravel and stuff that spawns like in the prison and things I can grab, but
Man, there's only one piece of use. If it's a spawn, it only has one piece of use. It doesn't make sense. I'd rather just buy them at traders.
what does the traders have, like 10 uses or something?
No, 20 plus, 26 I think.
Is there not like a
And
spawn on
only
the map that
7.
has that many?
Yeah, but it's on the quarry though. It's in B3.
Oh.
B383. It's kind of far. Great vehicle, which we have, but
Yeah.
only Zell has the driving skills. So.
Well, I mean, this character can drive, it's just not gonna be as fast as his. But if we're doing that, I would prefer to have us all anyway.
You can just buy the gravel. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It costs like 73.
Yeah, that won't be bad.
I thought they removed that too. The same as the nails and bolts.
I don't know why they wouldn't.
Still there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it keeps people from blockading the quarries, I guess.
Yeah.
Because that's the only place you can really get it. I mean,
Only problem is the bricks. There's only one place you can have a lot of it.
I thought you said you just stocked up on bricks.
Yeah, I do, but it's I think it's only enough for one wall. I mean, one upgrade.
So there's only. Why is this dude always in here? What's going on? These fucking people in this trading post, they're here every 2 seconds. Like I'll come into the trader and then like literally 2 seconds after I do it, there'll be like their whole group will just run in here with double backpacks.
Well, if they decide to come to C2 bunker, I'm gonna fucking wipe them.
Yeah, this
Cause
is
I have a drum mag with an AK.
nice.
Full ammo.
I need to start crafting some ammo because I have so much gunpowder. I keep finding like full dills of gunpowder all the time, and I just like I can't keep stashing it, so I just sell it now. It's not carbon crossbow bolt.
You might be building a base somewhere.
Who, these guys in the trader?
Welcome, welcome. Feel
Well, I
free
thought
to
they
browse
might already
around.
have one. I just don't know. Cause like, if I look at their equipment, a lot of them have like sniper rifles with suppressors, and military gear, and they're running on foot, literally south of the trader constantly. So. One of them asked me if that base that was outside of the trader here was mine earlier, but I don't know what he's doing with that.
Let's see what you have. Make sure to stop by again.
Now this person is following me around for her buddies to find me again.
How's it hanging?
Yeah, like I can't say that I find the best stuff all the time when I go to the dam or whatever, but I find like flashlights and toolboxes, guns
That thing registered?
sometimes, little nicks.
Kidding. Nobody cares.
I think that person might have just left the trader. Nope, he's still following me.
No loitering. Either buy or get lost. If you want me to buy that, you better give me good price.
I don't know why why she has to be up in my ass. Why can't you just leave?
Prices are not negotiable.
Oh god, the bicycle price went up to 8,000 again.
Have a nice day.
Welcome, stranger.
See, I take my clothes off, I'm cold. I put my clothes on, I'm hot. There's no balance here. This guy's name is Master.
Master.
Stop in my, like, she just pitched a tent in my ass is
Bye.
what she's doing. Wherever I go, just in my fucking pocket. You got a situation here, bud? I'm not sure how I feel about your backpack not touching your back, my guy. Seems like some suspicious activity. Master's asking if I'm the guy who lives in the castle.
That's weird.
I don't know if you can build in POIs, man. B3 castles can't really. I might need to go check the castle.
Castle's fine. I went there. I was there like minutes ago.
Looks pretty dope. You trying to build around here? There's like a group of people that are around here though that'll totally fuck with you, so I don't know exactly where they're at though. How the hell's my dude still in here? I asked him if he was trying to build around here and stuff and warned him about those dudes, and all he said was okay, see ya, and ran off. Freaking dudes.
Where he heading?
Across the bridge.
Tell me if he's heading this way.
I think he's heading towards prison,
Oh,
or he's heading... He's behind the rock. I don't know where exactly he ran to. He came back. Yeah. I don't wear armor. He gave me his stab-proof vest and said that I need it more than him. And now he's running off. Zigzagging toward prison. I don't know about this, man. That's all I know. Like, as much as I would love to go back over to prison right now, there's a sniper rifle between me and there.
was he alone?
This person, yeah. If he's running that direction, though, I need to finish building that little flag area over there by the prison. I just need to build a back wall. Need to block off that flag, though. Saying that I need a stab-proof vest more than they do. Is it because I'm not using modern weapons? Is that like everyone just thinks I'm weak as shit? Oh, dude, I got another dildo. I can make another dildo spear. Damn right. Improvise spear. It's the only problem with the sniper coming out the trader. So he could see me from really far off, and I'm not gonna have a chance with this shotgun. Is Master one of the sick guys by chance?
No. What the hell happened to my slugs? Every time I buy slugs for my gun, man, they're in my backpack and then they're gone later. I still got the buckshot that I found, but I mean, it's annoying. My god, that thunder.
Yeah, if I turn my headphones down.
It's fucking loud. Holy shit. It's a
Oh,
what?
it's a small wood base. It's just farther up the hill from where the other one is. There's God, I don't remember where it was. I posted it in chat a while back. There was a base somewhere. I want to say D0, D1. There's a big base somewhere that I posted in the general chat a while ago.
Alright.
I gotta. Might have been a few days ago. Something about a curved road. I remember that. Is there any way I can isolate my chats on here?
I'm not sure.
Numpeg 6C2.
C2. It's
6. By curved yellow road.
okay.
Am I?
Yeah, like go check it out.
I feel like my directions are kind of off there because I'm looking at C2 and I'm looking at the yellow road and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember. Okay, it's so you see where there's a Y in the yellow road over there on the right side?
Mhm.
So on the left where that curve is, it's like right there.
Where are you? The one before you get into the tunnel?
If there's a tunnel there, yeah, I guess.
That's raided already. Me and Zill checked that the other day.
Okay.
It was open.
Every base that we've seen around the C2 has been open.
I know.
I don't know. So there has to be a base somewhere, unless these are guys from, I think these are the guys from the airfield?
I'm not sure.
Maybe they're coming up here from raiding?
Oh, there's that big base in C1.
I can't hear you over the lightning. You have to... Let me turn down my effects volume. Big base in C1, you say?
Yeah, south of the river. That big it's like a lake. Small lake.
Yeah, that's that one that's next to the
South.
airport, isn't it? Yeah, that was the
No,
one that was next to
slightly.
the C1 base.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
shit.
so, yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. I run like directly where a mech walks. Okay.
8 people.
I gotta get
It's
inside.
like there's six other people.
Well, I met one of them. You know, some of these people, like, they ask about the castle, and I'm like, okay, maybe they want to, you know, be castle bros. But then, like, they're wearing full modern military gear. And it just doesn't seem like they're going to be interested in castle life. I have found a lot of bullets over here at the prison today, though. Armor piercing, 9mm, 3006. still got a couple toolboxes and stuff here. I know I sold one of the electrical things, but I still got like 3 different electrical toolkits over here. I need to make some mines or something to place over here at the prison at some point, but I'm not really interested in detonators and stuff all too much, but need to find a shirt. See, like, I've been coming over here and finding optics and stuff a lot, these hollow sites and stuff.
Mhm.
The prison, I
Those
found.
are really good to sell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about keeping one of them, but I don't have a gun for it yet, so I'll probably just sell them. Screwdriver.
Are you at the prison?
Yeah.
Hank?
Yeah, I'm at prison. What's going on?
Not much. I'm just heading back to the trader.
Okay. I mean, I found an airplane repair kit and a car repair kit and stuff over here, so if you want to come sell some of the shit that I found, you can. I've got to level my melee skills some more probably. Unless you want to go do something. Take the boat.
Yeah, after I'm gonna sell this stuff, I might go and eat, and then come back. Probably 30 minutes.
Okay. Advanced lockpick and some radio.
What?
The what?
Are you saying something?
No, I found an advanced lockpick and stuff in here, so I don't know. Radio, and bunch of screwdrivers. It's been a while since I found screwdrivers like this over here.
Yeah, I don't know. I just couldn't find the yellow ones. All I finding is the red ones.
Yeah, I haven't found the yellow one in a while either, but I haven't been hitting all the garages and stuff like I was before. Because I think before I was going to town first, Like, I think you could actually get a decent amount of,
Might have just found a base.
you got garages in that town, you got garages at the dam, garages at prison. Base over by C2 bunker?
Just near the trader, just south of the trader.
What, the one on the hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two back there. But as far as I know, both of them were open the last time I looked at them.
Uh,
So, I mean, but that was like a week or so ago. So. There could be more over there too. Those guys in the trader were asking me if those are mine today, but I don't know whose they are. Bunch of pistol magazines here. Jesus. Got 1911s. SF-19 mag.
could you keep those SF-19 mags for me?
I guess I can.
Alright, thanks. I need those.
Probably should have told me before, because I've been selling pistol mags and shit for the last couple days.
At least that one.
Yeah, 3006. I found a lot of 3006 9mm here and some 45s. I found a lot of 3006. Is that like, I think it's just a hunting cartridge. I just haven't been stashing as much in there today because those guys found my box at some point, so I just kind of was selling the stuff off. If I go fix that building outside, it'll be a lot easier. I'm thinking about like putting a door that's facing the prison and then putting a tower on the back of it so you can just jump off the back with the tower instead of going back out the front. But if someone parachutes on it, it could be a weak spot. Dildo spear activate. What is that? Slav or beer over here? I feel like this prison's taught me a lot about looting stuff though, because like these I don't really find a lot in all of these containers, but like if I go in the kitchen, these metal cabinets that are always up by the roof, I find a lot of thread and stuff in those. Like a lot of thread. But I found a big ass bowl and a pan earlier, and I don't think there's any use for them. They don't sell for anything at the trader. God damn, there's two puppets in here. Wake up and come to daddy then. It wasn't so glitchy, man. I'm getting my ass beat by these puppets. bunch of C2 bleeds. That's great. Okay. Try to get these bodies stacked up on each other. I think the dildo spear is probably good for farming XP on live puppets, but I think it's taking too much damage attacking dead puppets. Okay, so
Alright, be right back.
96. $113. 968. Nine, 6, 8. $68. So we just gained. So we're at 100, or we're at 135. power.
scumbag.